that.
There's a lot that we all forgot about in the wake of the
Oh, I haven't
baseball
forgotten.
club. God.
I don't know how I'm ever gonna make it up to Roland.
Garrett on that final season before he finally starts falling off. He's really having that like great swan song.
Absolutely.
I fucking love baseball allegories. Baseball's the best. Fuck not baseball. I love just staring at this. It's one of my favorite things I've done. There's just so much detail to it. I spent like 2.5 hours on this. Oh. Just on this team. Like I said, there's others that have spoilers, but... anyone have any last-minute wacky joke stories or funny ha-has before we get going?
Are you sure you're not autistic?
It's just the meth kicking in.
It's just the meth. Alex, I need to do something because I didn't want to prep anymore because I spent like a lot of time prepping and I was like, I'm getting way ahead of myself. I need to waste time on something else.
Okay.
I mean, what else am I supposed to do
why
when I'm at home and have nothing to do?
Okay, see, this is why I've been playing chess. So
listen, you're the one who keeps dodging me. Why don't you hyperfixate on getting your ass beat?
I'm not dodging you. I just am not good at.
I literally ping you
interacting with
every
people.
single night. And I'm like, hey, you want to do chess? And then you sent me one that I hated because every time I made a move, it then would like move me back to the fucking main screen. It was the worst experience I've ever dealt with.
Because we're supposed to make one move a day, apparently.
Oh my god, that's horrid.
Yeah.
No, I'm like my fucking elo is highest at blitz, so like give me that good 3 minute 3 minute no buffs, whatever the fuck it's called.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, give me blitz. That's where I feel very confident. When it's more about thinking on your feet and less about knowing openings beyond move 3. Alex, what's your opinion on chess?
I don't like it.
So what you're saying is I should get you, like, a baseball-themed chess set for Christmas?
No.
Yes and, Alex.
No.
No but? I'll take a no but.
No.
No, nobody wants to gimmick me, so... I guess with that, it's time to party. What in the hell happened last time? What the hell happens every time? Ugh, wait a minute. There we go. I don't know why I always open with a clap. It's weird. I have to like bring it in. Like it's like reharnessing all of my energy from like my noodly like wagging arms to like putting them back in muscle mode. Like the bones leave the arms and I have to put them back by clapping. Anybody else do that?
No.
No.
God. Am I the only one with... I woke up this morning sick as shit, and I'm already on like 5 hours of sleep, and I'm the one with the most energy today? What is going on?
Yeah.
I told you what I have going on.
You have a good excuse.
What is... Okay.
After finally saying their goodbyes in the lovely Vreeland capital of Fortuny Sol, the party, with the assistance of phrase finagling and favor calling, was able to make their way via the lovely Crimson Angler to Mileu Harbor. What would have been a arduous and hopefully dangerous journey was instead fairly safe and much less dangerous. Until murder happened! And it was the captain who was dead, and furthermore, another crewman missing. A hunt for a murderer at sea led you to finding thieves and really exposing the underbelly of distrust that some of these crew members seemed to have, despite the positive demeanor and rapport that they had all built. The end result, a cook that was in debt tried to get out of it by killing a retired assassin, but instead finding himself murdering a captain. From there, a very controlling first mate who has obviously not been comfortable with the level of power he was given, but did his best in these times of strife, led the crew to try and galvanize, at least for the rest of the journey, after putting a couple of people to death. It was frustrating, heartbreaking, and all around exhausting, ending with a heavily poisoned Rowan barely able to walk by the time you all reached Mileu Harbor a few days later. Your time in the Astrian Sea was quaint and simple, the cold chasing you as you headed further and further north. But Mileu Harbor was something of a reprieve from the cutthroat streets of Fortuny Sol. A sick and looking like he was dying Rowan was quickly taken care of by the neighborly nature of many of the citizens of the harbor. A very rich trading town at the very edges, the very mouth of the Bellejour River. The most efficient way for trade to leave Artaviste. But the rich port town was not all good. For when you immediately made your way to the riches and high-end, lovely, and very... I can't think of the affluent Mariner's Rest, a panicking Roland left half of you banned from the lovely inn, while Garrett found a comrade at arms and was given the royal treatment. The night ended with pampering, resting, comfortable beds, and you guys split in two, with the lovely group of Roland, Mira, and Rowan staying all the way back at Beltol Ozen. But eventually the night gave way to morning. You all awoke. You all planned your next moves, having what feels like a week to have figured out what happens next. You all have that renewed vim and vigor, as I remember saying at the end of last session for some reason. So, I ask unto you all. As the sun rises over the banks of the Astrian Sea, as Mileu Harbor grows to another hefty, busy day of affluence and activity. Rowan, Shrieg, Frey, Garrett, and Mira, what are you guys doing?
That is a good question. So this is in the morning. We've had breakfast. Well, we'd probably be checking in to meet up with the rest of the gang.
Yeah, I believe Garrett and Shrieg were having breakfast together when last we left off, and Frey was sleeping in and then coming to have breakfast.
Yeah. So once Frey, I would definitely be trying to reach out to Rohan with the earring and just be like, hey, how are things going over at the other inn? We're having some breakfast right now. Do you guys want to maybe meet up over by the insert, maybe like town center, and plan for how we're going to continue along?
Yeah, sure, sounds good.
All right, I do want to check in with the local wayfinders, and just in case my friend made it this way.
Yeah.
And see how we go from there.
Yeah, makes sense. Cool. We will meet you at the town square.
Garrett, you make your way to Whispering Wind, something of a... You could call it a guild, though not in the Vreeland sense. Much more, it is not necessarily going to be where your wayfinders and things are going to meet, but is the closest thing here in Mileu Harbor. More often than not, it is going to be sailors, the naval equivalent of wayfinders, which are much more prized on land than at sea. But it is the closest thing to a meeting spot for wayfinders in the town. If you would give me a... Charisma Connect.
Let me just pull up the... Wow, I always forget to open up my character page.
Yeah, I do that too when I'm like, I like to have all of your sheets open so I can just quickly access
Straight
them.
roll. That's a 6.
While you aren't shunned, there is definitely that sense of like, you get that sense of not really belonging from being in here. Like just moving around, asking a few people, they're like, I don't, is he a sailor? No, okay. What do you want me to do? Like, it's not that they don't want to help you. It's more that they feel like they can't and are brushing you off very quickly. Like, they have no problem just shoving you aside.
They're too busy. They got other shit to do.
There's, like, when I say guild in the sense of, you know, this is where the best meet up, that sort of thing, there is that sense of, like, the people here are a little more affluent, even among them, and, like, rich merchants are going to be hiring them, and they're not so much interested in the roadside banter that Garrett is very much accustomed to. Instead, it's much more like, oh, you don't have a job? Well, no, I haven't fucking seen it. Like, no, there's nothing I can... Yeah, they're not negative to the point where they're hostile. They just are very... They brush you off in a very curt way.
Okay, that's fine. I will take it as a loss then. I will just... Alright, I didn't like it like we had previously talked about. He probably wouldn't have come here because it's just going through the port. But, you know, it doesn't hurt to check. So at that point, I guess I will kind of meet up with everyone else to see where we're going from there.
Okay.
Like around like what time are we looking to meet up?
It's a good question.
I gotta say,
think
I love cleaned up Garrett. Just wanted to throw that out there.
I think I went and saw the chemist or whatever in the morning, so it would have been after that. So I'm assuming they open at 8, like maybe 9 or 10, I guess.
Yeah, that tracks. They probably open about sunrise.
Yeah.
Okay. So Frey probably would have slipped in through most of that. So yeah, he probably won't squeeze anything in the morning before meeting up with everybody.
As far as I can remember, Roland and Mira were just gonna go head over towards the other fancy place and see if, you know, we're still banned or if we can go have breakfast with the others or whatever.
All right. Mira and Roland were heading over?
Yeah.
Okay. You arrive and there's not a big, huge line of people excited. Instead, it's much more like the best way I can describe this place is like one of those high-end hotels that also has a really nice restaurant in it, which is why it's busy even when there's no one staying there, essentially, because locals are still gonna come here. I don't know if that's just a Florida thing. I assume not. But I digress. You arrive, and there's a gentleman who just kind of like gives you a look and what can we help you with this fine chilly morning?
Hi. I was just wondering if we could come see our friends who are staying here.
Oh, but of course. The entry fee, please. Going to be 5 silver from each of you. I kid. We do have a 1 silver entry fee just to keep the rabble out, though.
Let me see if I have any money. I think I have a little. No, I got no money.
Are you trying to get into the inn
Yeah.
where we're at? Okay.
Yeah.
I would have told if you guys were coming over here. I would have said I would have told Rohan, to say that you were looking to meet me, Garrett, via court. The guy probably would have known that his boss basically said to hook me up with whatever.
In that case, I would have said that.
Okay. One moment, Mace. He heads inside. You can see there's a couple of guards. Look like essentially private security. They're standing there. They just kind of like are awkwardly like they're not wearing heavy armor by any means. It looks like just simple shiny bronze chainmail with a nice bright tabard beyond it. And they just kind of are watching you. Like, they don't have helmets on, but they are just awkwardly staring while you're waiting. After about 2 minutes of
I
that,
smile pleasantly.
they do not respond with any change of emotional nothing on their face. And after about 2 minutes of that, the one on the left kind of like squints and he looks at you and kind of like his hair is tied in a very nice silky ponytail and he just stands up a little bit straighter, readjusts, and then you one of those ones about that whole thing with the big leg magic last night.
Well, yes.
And he kind of like narrows his eyes a little bit more, looks back at Roland, who is very paranoid again and just obviously uncomfortable being here. Even though it's less active during the morning, he's still like very much like jittery and looking over his shoulder. He's probably been like that, not necessarily since you arrived, but close to it. And for Rowan and Garrett, you guys recognize that from when you first met Streak. Very similar type of paranoid mentality and body language.
I swear we'll be on our best behavior. My friend is just not used to places like this, so he's a little nervous.
Give me a charisma convince. Is that so? Okay. It's not up to me, so he kind of gives a shrug and stands there. They're both now just staring at you. Again, not really moving. Occasionally you just hear the sounds of like rubble moving beneath their feet where they're kind of standing on the dirt path, but other than that, just nothing.
Okay.
On the dirt sides of the path. It's a very nice cobblestone path. And after a few moments, Garrett, you are questioned about allies that may be arriving and that they were to be covered under your account, apparently.
Yeah.
And eventually the gentleman makes his way back and has a conversation with one of the guards, the one that gave you that look and questioned who you were, and then You say you're gonna be on your best behavior, so...
Yes, I promise.
A single thing happens. He kind of like... He gets close to you. Not the guard, but the host, essentially, that's out front. You get close, I'll send you the Berjuste. Do a single thing.
What does that mean?
The Bastion Berjuste is the, those are essentially the, large, fortresses that, they're essentially the jails of Vacania. They're normally hosted by, like, Brights are the main enforcers there, though they do hire others as well. Yeah, the Bastion Berjuste. I will spell that for you as well. I thought I went over that last session. Maybe not.
I understand.
And they... The gentleman kind of, like, half annoyed waves you in.
Okay. Success.
And you make your way over to Garrett? Or go to find Garrett?
Yes.
Is Strieg still with Garrett, eating breakfast?
Yes.
Alright, Garrett, the last thing you saw, Cassie sneaking out, and no one has seen hide nor hair of Molly. And Roland and, Garrett, as you and Strieg are probably finishing up your breakfast, Roland and Mira make their way down to the main hall of the breakfast nook of the very, very affluent and lovely Heritage Rest. And apparently nothing happens.
At the Mariner's Rest? I mean... But, yeah. I mean, it would just be... We're there having breakfast, Mira shows up, we sit down to breakfast, and then she would say... Or was the Mariner's Rest the other one?
The Mariner's Rest is where you've been staying. It's the last one, yeah. So,
Yeah.
yeah, Mira and Roland make their way, sit down as you guys are finishing up breakfast, and Roland looks so like, you have that very much like, oh god, this dude's like a worse Strieg, holy fuck. Like, he's looking over his shoulder, he's darting his eyes back and forth, like, he's the most suspicious looking human being you've ever seen in your life. He's sweating bullets.
Maybe we should get out of here. Did we have plans for the day?
Other than basically trying to arrange how we're gonna head north, not particularly, no.
There's a conversation like that we could have easily outside after breakfast.
Mm-hmm. I will offer some bacon to Roland.
He eats it, but like, he doesn't look like he enjoys it. He looks like he's eating it because it's food, which is sustenance. But he is still very much like...
Who's stressed?
Yeah, he's distressed about everything in here. Like, every time someone stands up, or someone stands up or moves, a door opens, a chair slides, anything. He just, like, immediately darts over there, and he's... dude's in rough shape.
Yeah, why don't we head out? We can come back a little bit later to collect our stuff. But yeah, why don't we go for a bit of a walk here?
Sounds
That would be good.
Come on, Roland. We'll go somewhere a little
Yeah, of
more
course.
relaxed.
Yeah, we'll go somewhere more relaxed. That sounds good. Sounds good to me. Like, he just kind of, like, looks over his shoulder again and, like, quickly with, like, he just took a bite of bacon. He quickly stands up as the first one back out of the room.
Okay, yeah. I will follow after him. and head to the front and outside. And I guess we got to try to find Rohan to finish up. And Cass and Molly have disappeared as well. That's right.
Oh yeah.
Well, I'm sure they'll come back to the inn at some point.
Yeah. I mean, I would come and meet up with you wherever you are. Well,
What's Frey doing?
Sorry, can you come back to me?
Oh, sure. Okay. What's in that case? What is I mean, the day is yours right now. It doesn't seem like anything else. You guys head for a walk. It is quiet, at least outside of the sounds of a very active harbor. It is a quiet, rich town. Like, it is obvious that the majority of the resources that fund the town come through the harbor, but they have done their best to essentially insulate the rest of the town from the harbor, and it is very much affluent, repaired. There's no sign of damage from the black sun. Everything just looks good. Occasionally you see a Bright that just gives you a nod, wearing a full set of very nice, polished, just plate mail armor. Most of them anyway. Some of them in heavier flowing robes, and you can't even tell what's under them. Like, you hear the sound of chainmail. And other than that, some guards. Every quarter seems to have some level of greenery, whether it's someone having a second floor balcony that is covered in just lovely ivy and all of these massive overgrown plants that are just falling down off of the balcony, or trees in the middle of intersections that just blossom out into these giant majestic oaks that are cleaned up pretty much daily from any dead leaves. It is very different from everything you have seen so far in Vreeland, and outside of maybe Alasir, which doesn't necessarily have the greenery or the space. There's still that same basic, that mental invincibility feeling that Alasir has very much does come across here. No one is at fear for anything, at each other's throats, anything like that. The day is yours.
Relaxing.
assuming I have met up with Garrett and Roland again, well...
And me!
Oh, yes.
And I'm here too.
Oh, amazing. So we've just left Frey?
Yes,
We
Frey.
can swing around and get him later.
Okay,
Yeah, Frey's
I mean,
asleep.
it's honestly,
He
it's
needs his
probably
beauty
good if
sleep.
somebody's there, because Cassie and Molly might be there anyway, so... So the one thing that I guess I need to do before we leave is... I've just been told by... what was her name? By Adelaide's court that all of the magical stuff I own basically will throw off alarms at Artaviste, and we will not be allowed in and might be imprisoned or whatever. So I guess I need to get rid of all of it. I would be telling you guys this. If anybody wants to share some information at this point that might be relevant, then this might be a good time to do that, but assuming nobody does.
Such as?
Well, you know, just any magical items we might have that somebody might be upset about if we show up with it, etc.
Oh, like how the lamp's back.
Yes, you haven't told us that yet.
Oh,
I forgot about
the
that.
lamp's back.
Yeah.
The lamp came back.
Great.
Oh, the lamp is back?
Yeah, the
I
lamp came
forgot
back
about that,
on the
I
boat.
guess. It
Yeah,
showed up in my things.
after I threw it overboard, it came back. I guess.
That doesn't sound good.
Yeah. So I'm gonna say that if my Vercanum heart is gonna throw off alarms, the nuclear weapon that we are holding also probably will. So
You're what?
I mean, if it's just gonna follow us, we could just chuck it in the harbor, leave, and then it'll just kind of come back again.
So this
I
is just to
guess.
like go out the exit gate. It will set off alarms.
no, not leaving here, but when we try to get into Artavista, I think.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
Artavista has
Yeah.
these very tight. The Garrett would know about the bright protection laws,
Yes.
where like they do like a full fucking like everything is accounted for when you go into Artavista.
Hey, so I don't know if you guys remember, but we have that professor at the
Yeah,
for
Thaddeus.
Vercanium.
Leon.
Yeah, Thaddeus. It might not be a bad idea to reach out to him and be like, "Hey, we found this really weird lamp thing that seems to keep coming back to us when we get rid of it, and it is highly magical and dangerous. Maybe you could take it off our hand for research purposes at the college? Might be
Wait.
something you guys would look into."
Wait, are you
I-
saying the one back in Fortuny Soul, or the guy we know in Artavista?
The guy we know in Artavista, Thaddeus.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Mira,
we
you were saying-
give no, we give the I can't pronounce the name of it. Vercania? No, that's
Vercanum?
Vercania.
Vercanum
Vercanum.
heart, yeah.
Vercanum. Yeah, no, like if anyone is equipped to handle this lamp and do good with it, it's the Vercanum. I mean, their whole thing is based off of service to the people of Vicania. They're not, it's not like Vrayland where it's capital all for me and none for thee.
Yeah. Now,
Um,
obviously, Garrett, you
Oh.
would be able to bring these people in, but all of their stuff would be searched.
Right, all their stuff would be searched. So that is a thing. I can get all of us in, but we would be searched for it.
So I think, okay, so reasonable. We could ask Thaddeus about taking the lantern. I have a Vercanum heart that I got from Ardenford. Mira, this is what the Vercanum heart was. It's one of the things I got from Ardenford, the lab at Ardenford.
She
when I-
looks disappointed.
I told you I took some stuff.
Again, if we can get a hold of him, if we can get a hold of Thaddeus, if he'll write up the paperwork for us, we can say, hey, we were hired by Thaddeus at the I literally just said it and I can't say it again. At the college to source
Lucian Ray?
Well, sorry?
The Lucian Ray?
Yeah, Lucian Ray.
Mhm.
Where he works.
Right, okay.
He works at the Lucian Ray, right? Yeah. So we can, if we can get the paperwork from him that basically says, hey, we've been hired by this guy to source certain ingredients for his research. That's why we have these powerful magical items. you
Well,
know?
I guess my thing is, okay, so we didn't take the lantern from somebody that should have it. I mean, like, hypothetically, the soldiers of the blue should have it, as we know, but like when we got it, nobody had it, so like I think we have plausible deniability there. But the
Yeah, we
Vercanum
just say,
part,
hey, we found this. Yeah.
I did
What is
specifically
it?
take from the lab.
I mean, I
Right,
did
but they're
take
not
it
gonna-
from the scene of a murder.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, they haven't released what was taken from the scene of the murder. Right? And
Yeah.
while I'm sure these hearts are uncommon, they're not that uncommon that, like, one being stolen is the equivalent to, say, the crown jewels of Eindarid being stolen.
Right. I guess, yeah, like there's more than one in the world.
Exactly.
Okay, that makes sense. I guess, Robert, question. So, like,
Yes.
we know that the Lucian Ray and the Brights are kind of like the big magical authorities in the world.
Yeah.
Do they only operate like locally or within the region, or is it like any magical, things of importance would come to them
It
from
is
anywhere?
specifically Vacadian.
Okay.
There was a time they were more open, but after the Black Sun, it became like, look, we got to look after our own. Their security, they are uniquely equipped to be able to deal with the Umbraei in a way that no one else was during the Black Sun and in the time after, which is why, Arcadia has handled it so much better than anyone else.
Okay. Okay. Well, in that case, I guess we should reach out to Thaddeus. Do we? I don't know.
I don't remember exactly what it was, but he did give us a way to contact him. So we can go to the postal service in town here and send him a letter. Obviously, it's going to take us a while to get up there. The postal service should be able to get it before us, assuming he's back in Artaviste. He should be able to get it, or someone should be able to forward something to him, etc.
I mean, if it's a small letter, they can just send, a raven.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool. That works for me. Alrighty. I guess that's
What?
the only thing.
What is this thing? Is it dangerous, like the lamp?
The Vercanum Heart. It is a thing that is used to create Vercanum. So I guess it's like a living thing. It has like a personality or whatever, but like it doesn't do anything until it's used to create the thing, I guess. So this is all stuff I found out about an hour ago. So,
It's a person?
Well, it's not a person, but like maybe a living thing. Or like an ingredient for a living thing. Yeah, that's like the best I understood it.
Oh. I see. It looks a little pale.
I was told they can be very dangerous and that they can be very valuable. So, for what that's worth. Well, yeah, I guess first things first, we go send this letter.
Okay.
Cool. Actually, Robert, so this is a place where the Brights are operating.
Correct.
That tells me that there is like a heavy magic presence here.
Correct.
Is there a world where I could find like a... I mean, I don't know if I don't know if I want to use this, but at least like maybe it would be good to know. Is there like a magical black market here?
I mean, you could look. Give me a charisma connect. You're gonna have to convince some people to talk to you.
Can I make a trade check?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll allow that.
Cool.
Charisma trade. Asking around, like, this is gonna take a while, so, like, this is gonna take a little while. Like, you gotta go asking around. You're gonna go do some trawling.
Okay, I mean, I guess I'd probably do this while the others send the letter or whatever, just to see if, yeah. I guess, actually, I think once I get the sense that it's going to take a while, I probably wouldn't do it. I'd probably leave it. Because, like, even if I found it, what am I gonna? I'm not gonna sell this like dangerous thing to criminals or whatever, other criminals, I guess I should say. So,
I like how you
yeah,
had the idea that you're like, actually, it's a really bad idea.
I think I'm trying to, after the events of last session, I'm trying to not act on first thought, best thought.
Rowan's trying to consider consequences.
Yeah. It's not going well. But it's fine, I'll drop it. Okay.
Alright. So yeah, you spend a little bit of time like, hey, where could, and like, you get a lot of people who kind of give you that look like, dude, like, I ain't, and eventually you're like, fuck, this is gonna take some time, like, no one wants to be the one who, you know, makes waves in paradise.
Yeah.
You probably could find something if you spend enough time.
Yeah, I'll leave it. I think my thing was just like, it feels bad to be holding on to a dangerous thing, but I think it would be worse to sell it to somebody who shouldn't have it, so I guess it's better in my hands for now. Even though Mira will be... I guess Mira will prefer that also, although I guess... I don't know. I don't know what Mira's moral compass dictates is better in this situation.
You could ask her.
I'll ask her, I guess, yeah. Would you prefer that I hang on to it until we can, I don't know, hand it over to Thaddeus or something? Or should I get rid of it here, which would probably involve me selling it illicitly?
Well, I mean, in what sense is it dangerous?
The sense I got is that the beings that it creates, the Vercanum, can be really powerful. So it's impossible to know, I think, until you create the Vercanum. I mean, maybe the people who made the Vercanum heart or whatever know, but it's impossible for us to know until the Vercanum is made what its personality or ends are. But if it's created and it turns out to be something that is meant for bad purposes, then I think it would be dangerous. But I don't think, from what I heard, it's something that that somebody could make do what they specifically wanted, but I don't know, who knows.
Well, I mean, if it's like a person, you should take care of it, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Probably don't just give it to somebody random. I mean, if it was me, I wouldn't want you to just sell me to someone.
Yeah, that's fair.
And that's why I do recommend, at the very least, we can trade these to the school. They would be in a very good place to handle it properly.
Yeah, definitely.
And I'm sure they would be willing to pay for it as well. They're not going to just take it off your hands.
By the way, the letter is gonna run you renting the crow or renting the raven, and the letter is gonna run you 3 silver.
Okay, I will give him 3 silver. I'm gonna have to get to a bank and see if I can get some money from the via court funds.
If Mira will take it, I will give Mira the Vercanum heart. Because
I will take very good care of it.
Great.
Like it is my child.
Amazing.
Mira, you're the party mom, now you're a real mom.
I don't want... I think it's just like... Having shared that it's dangerous, if something happens, I don't want it to be my fault. So... in my defense, not just
the most responsible person.
Not just that I don't want it to seem
Mira.
like my fault. I specifically don't I don't want to do something wrong. So I know that either Mira or Garrett would probably handle this fine. So
I will treat it like a very breakable Egg.
Great. Amazing. Okay.
Oh. You find a nice spot in your pack for it, where it'll be nice and supported.
Exactly.
Okay, I do have one more thing. So I have a bunch of uncut gems from Thaddeus's wagon, I guess. I would like to sell them because I could probably use the money more than the uncut gems. Is there somewhere I can try to sell these off and get like a good deal
I mean,
for them?
the
in town?
harbor is where most of the buying and selling is gonna be going down. Like, people will just set up stalls and things like that for something this specific. There's not,
Okay.
like, you didn't see a specific jewelry store here.
Okay. Are we like close to the harbor still, or
I mean,
like I don't know how big town
the
is.
town is not insanely big. The town is long. Like, it goes down because the most important thing's the harbor. So the town is long against the coast to make up for all of the harbor. So at any point, you're not that far from the harbor.
Okay, then I would probably go there and try to sell them off really quick. It sounds like Garrett is running low on money anyway and needs to go get some funds, so I would,
Imagine having money.
yeah. Cool. Yeah.
Give me a I'm gonna say int trade. To find damn. After a little while of hunting, you find someone very interested in uncut gems. Like, it seems like they themselves are not a jeweler, but they seem to know one in Alasir that they seem to be very interested. Like, essentially, they want to just be a middleman. It makes them, for them, it's easy coin if they buy it off of you and then just sell it to them.
Yeah.
How much are you asking for it?
I don't know. Do I have any sense of how much would be reasonable? I guess above the table. I also don't know how many gems we have or anything. So
I know I had described it at the time. I don't remember. Let me check.
What I have written is bunch of uncut gems, and then the description is bunch of uncut gems from the bird wagon. So,
yes, it looks like there is a phoenix ruby, some opals, and then some various other small gems. The phoenix ruby is probably the most valuable. It's a deep red ruby with a swirling bright yellow cut in the middle.
Okay. Do I have any sense what they would go for?
Give me another int trade to appraise this.
Okay.
Let's see how that goes. The opals are probably worth in the ballpark of like 20, like uncut as they are now. The other small gems are probably gonna be about 15. The Phoenix Ruby, oh boy, that could be a nice piece. Like, uncut, anywhere from probably 50 to 200 easily. It really depends. Like, a good jeweler could make that into a very valuable piece.
Okay. This is silver, right?
I was referring to about the various gems are worth about 15 gold. The opals are thereabouts of 20.
Fantastic.
Yeah. And then the Phoenix Rubies, anywhere from 50 to 200.
Okay.
Are you trying to also pawn off the Phoenix Ruby?
Yeah, I'm selling it all. What am I gonna do with it? It's fine. I'm eventually gonna sell it anyway, so I'll open asking for 200 gold and see what this guy says.
Alright, so I don't think I'm gonna be getting 200 fucking gold from this shite by the time I get there. I'll be losing any profit with how small some of these fuckers are. And he like motions to the small uncut gems that are mostly like sapphires and a couple of tiny little bits of onyx and things like that. Who's a little more than little flourishes. I might just fucking lose them to a hole in my pocket. I'll I want that fucking ruby. Let's be honest here. That Phoenix ruby's about the only thing that's really going to be making me any real coin on this journey, so... the rest are just kind of throw-ins. I'm expected to get some coin for, but not a lot. I'm probably going to just... 100. 100 or you walk to Artaviste with them, try and sell them there.
Okay, I'll walk with them. That's fine. 100. I mean, I could probably get twice that much if I sell it myself to somebody who actually knows what they're getting. So.
Oh yeah,
that's
like
fine.
you could definitely get twice that if you went to like a specific jeweler in a major city.
Yeah,
but,
this is me talking to this guy. I'm like,
oh,
yeah, I could probably get twice as much as that if I sell it to somebody who actually knows what they're worth.
You could, but we're not there now, are we? And you seem to need the coin now, so look.
I just don't want to be carrying these around, but if I'm gonna get robbed for them, then
I'm not gonna rob you. I'm not gonna fucking cut your coin purse or nothing like that. So how about we do? He kind of thinks for a second. Where you heading? You heading to the city? Heading down to Artaviste?
yes.
You need anything? I could do like 120 and throw in some stuff.
What stuff?
Oh, fuck if I know. What do you need?
Nothing. I just want to sell these coins, these gems.
Aye, and what happens when I'm shite ass fuck holding the bag? It turns out that's not a real ruby or some such.
I mean, I can vouch for it being a real ruby, but obviously,
Aye,
seem like
as far
you're,
as you know and as far as I know, but I used to say, I'm the one taking the risk. Yeah, we can walk to a jeweler, and then I'm fucked out of shite. So let's have a moment here. We'll do...
150.
He pauses for a moment and kind of like licks his lips and... I did 45 gold, so I feel like I won something.
Deal.
Shakes your hand very excitedly and begins counting out the gold. He gives you a total of 11 platinum pieces and 35 gold pieces.
Okay. I don't even have a thing for platinum, so I'm just going to put down.
I'm sorry.
125.
Yeah. I guess it would just be gold then. I'm brain farting. Like I said, it would just be gold, so it would be a total of 145 gold.
Yeah. I mean, maybe he gives me platinum, but I'd probably just get it converted somewhere in town. So.
Platinum. I'm brain farting. Like I said, I'm at a weird place today. I told you it's gonna get weird. I ran 5e for like 7 years. Okay, once in a while I still revert back. I still ask for persuasion checks once in a while.
Amazing. Cool. I now have 184 gold. I will give Mira 5. No, I'll give Mira 10. No, actually, I'll give Mira 14 so that I have a round number. How about
Here's
that?
14 gold for babysitting this child.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank
I just
you.
don't want you to get stuck without any money again, so.
I was
Especially if I'm
actually,
gonna get
I was actually thinking about that. So, thank you.
Yeah, especially if I'm going to get us kicked out of places, you might need it, so. I will, yeah, cool.
God.
Oof. All right. Well.
Anything else you gotta try and sell, pilfer, or get rid of?
Nah, I'll hold on to everything else for now.
Alright.
Let me take those out of inventory. Amazing. Okay, that's it for me.
Alright.
Wait, that was 14 gold?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mira seems like she thinks that that's a lot of money.
I mean...
It's like entire train caravans, like, liquidity during a travel between cities money. Oh.
Like, how much is a nice dress that's, like, probably about as much money as she's ever had?
Like, very nice dresses are probably gonna be running, like, probably in the realm of, like, super nice or running you, like, a lot of gold. Like, we're talking...
Nice for a maid, nice.
Yeah, maybe...
Nice for a maid or a male woman.
Yeah, like, a very nice dress for her would probably be no more than a couple gold at most. And that would be, like, something that's, you know, custom made for her and things like that.
I think we paid, like, over 10 for Garrett's new outfit, didn't we?
I believe so.
Yeah, I think it was like 10 or 12.
And it's definitely nicer than anything that Mira's ever worn. Anyway. Frey, how's sleeping in going?
So I think Frey did eventually get up and get breakfast. So he is, and I think he had caught Garrett like towards the end of breakfast. So he is sticking around the Mariner's Rest to wait for Cassie and Molly, because I'm sure they'll show back up at some point. But in the meantime, I think he would start, after breakfast, he would start some light chatter with some of the other patrons, and I think he would eventually get his cards out and see if he can make some coin telling some fortunes.
Oh boy, give me that charisma perform.
All right.
And Frey spends the morning hanging out between the very large common area hallways and the very large breakfast nook dining room, just meandering around and telling fortunes and getting coin little by little. By the time you're done, you've acquired at least probably... You know what? Let's see. You acquire 48 copper, 11 silver, and 6 gold. Oh, I rolled a 6, not a d6. Let me go ahead and redo that. 4 gold.
Okay.
Frey fucking cleaned up today.
He did. Yeah, Frey is definitely feeling very, very satisfied with himself, and he'll break off a little early, and
you would have during this time seen Cassie sneaking up with food, like very quickly, like getting food from the essentially buffet and making her way back up to her room.
Okay. Yeah, so I think once he spots her, he will wrap up the reading he's currently doing, and he'll say to the person who's doing it for, say, my apologies, but I fear I'm rather drained now after everything. But do keep what I told you in mind, and good things will come. But
a response of a sage nod of knowing acceptance is returned to you.
okay. And yeah, Frey will bid his farewell, and he will head up. And at this point, I think he realizes he does not actually know where Cassie and Molly's room is.
Yeah, the last thing you would see is her just sneaking up to the stairs.
Yep. So he will head upstairs, and like if there's anybody around, he'll ask. I'm sorry. Did you see a blonde woman come down this way?
You ask a couple of people. Give me a luck save. Sure. Let's
okay.
Yeah. There's no one's hiding this from me. It's purely a matter of. Okay. Well, there we go.
Oh my god.
It doesn't take long. You ask a couple of people, a maid, and you eventually end up at, of course, on the highest level, one of the fancy lord's suites.
Frey is definitely feeling a little jealous. But he will knock on the door.
there is nothing, and then a moment later, the door just very slowly, and Cassie's just sticking her like eyeball through the crack. Oh, hi, Frey. What happened? Is Shriek? And she's like, you can tell she's trying to see if there's anyone else behind you. Is Shriek there, or is anyone else here, or is it just?
It's just me. Just me, I'm afraid.
Oh, okay. What can I do for you?
Well, I want to check in, see how you were doing, and
We're fine. I'm fine.
Oh.
It's fine. We're fine. I'm fine. Well, I'll be down soon. Okay.
Are you sure? I could, if there's anything you need help with. The others have all already gone out.
Give me a... Is Frey genuinely offering at this point, or...
Yeah, he is. He's a little concerned.
Okay. Give me a charisma convince.
All right.
Jesus!
Is she convinced?
Jesus fucking Christ!
That's genuinely insane.
Oh my God.
Even the dice that got canceled out was a 5. That's almost as.
Wait a minute, let me just read the DC explanation. 14 plus. Only a true master has any chance of achieving this at all, and even they will probably fail.
Cassie's now in love with Frey, actually.
I will say
No.
this. You know what? I rarely do this, but that was a DC 12.
Okay.
Yep, Cassie's now in love with Frey. Good luck.
She closes the door and just like, oh, one minute. And she quickly, like, you can hear her, like, sounds like shuffling stuff around or something. You hear a door slam shut, and then she comes back out and opens the door. Her hair's not really a mess, but, like, she looks like she hasn't, like, cleaned it the same way she does every morning, where she's, like, perfectly prepared and everything. And she just kind of gives you a look, and then just, we need to talk. And she sits you down on the, like, across from essentially a coffee table in the main room, near where Strieg's bedroll is. Which
Okay.
you would notice she has not looked at even once. Frey, I fucked up.
I just. What happened?
Well, I'm supposed to, you know, I'm in love with Strieg, and he's perfect. He's everything I ever wanted. But then last night, I was just scared and worried. I didn't know what to do. And then Molly was there, and I fucked up. What am I supposed to tell Strieg? He's gonna hate me forever.
Frey is going to reach. Actually, is Molly here?
You do not see Molly, but
Okay.
the other doors are shut.
Okay. And does Streak's bedroll look slept in?
I'm going to, Lee, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think Strieg is the type to, make his bed or bedroll.
No.
There's your answer.
So it looks slept in?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Frey will reach out and very gently take Cassie's hands, just like trying to calm her. He'll say, just take a slow breath. In, out. In, out.
All right, well, trying to calm her down is going to be another check because this is Cassie. You have found the insurmountable mountain. Please give me a wisdom convince.
Okay.
Oh. Are you fucking kidding me?
God.
Shriek the Cassie Whisperer. Or Frey the Cassie Whisperer, while Cassie is busy freaking out. Oh, okay, so, right, so what do I do? What do I tell him?
Well, first, tell me exactly what happened. Why do you think... What do you think you messed up?
Well, you know, me and Shriek, we're destined to be together. There's, you know, it has to happen. I know it. The same way that I know, you know, I need to be someplace. And the same way I run into people and find people and everything. I know that we're supposed to be together and I messed up and I don't know what to do now. I just, after what happened last night with Shriek, and she kind of does a very awkward and nervous, and like, she is at tears at this point. Like, she is like a blubbering mess as she tries to recap the incredibly awkward interaction with Shriek the night before.
What was the interaction with Streak the night before?
Essentially, once he got cleaned up, they invited him to hang out, and she was like, he just like left immediately without any real conversation or anything. And it was just not necessarily negative, but it was, you know, Lee, how would you describe the interaction from Shriek's point of view?
They started questioning his reasoning for... Molly started questioning why he did things if he didn't want to, and he couldn't answer that question, so he ran away.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. I'm not the only one who doesn't know how to actually describe the emotions for that interaction.
I think the emotions on both sides were very different from each other, so it's hard to describe.
Yeah.
Existentially terrifying.
Okay, so it was a conversation with Molly that made Streak run away?
Molly sort of kind of
asked
called
the
him out on
question.
it, yeah.
Okay.
And then Cassie kind of piggybacked on it and said that she wanted to know too, and kind of kept pushing him on it.
Okay. Frey listens. Frey lets her talk uninterrupted, just letting that stream of consciousness come out. And he will say, why is it that I only heard a little from the others that you see things?
I don't understand it. I messed up because I'm supposed to be in love with Shriek, and it was just so frustrating that I just wanted him to be more open, and then we got back, and I was so grateful for, I was crying, and Molly was there, and then one thing led to another, and now Shriek's gonna hate me forever, and I don't know what to do! And she begins just bawling again at this point.
Okay, Frey is going to... I think he still has his hands on hers, and, you know, with her just cry, he's just gonna reach out and he's just going to, like, hug her. Just let her cry it out.
Oh, she is crying it out. Like, he can probably feel, like, a wet spot on his shoulder from how much she's crying. Like, the genuine emotion she has is that, like, her either not caring about Shriek enough or something about this interaction makes her think that, like, she's betrayed him and it's going to, like, end her entire world. That everything is horrible and there's no fixing it anymore.
Frey will wait until, you know, the tears start slowing. until she kind of gets it out of her system, or is too tired to continue.
This fucking girl can talk. It's over an hour of her just going over it again and again. Occasionally she just... And then I had some dreams, and the dream streak was killing me. He kept shooting me in the head with a crossbow, and it was horrible, and I just could never think about it. It's like, I just feel like he should kill me because I don't deserve to live because of all the things I did, and I betrayed him, and I'm supposed to love him, and it's horrible. Things like that. Over and over and over again.
Okay, after like that hour of that, Frey will try and catch her eyes, make eye contact.
What do I tell him? Frey, please. I don't know what to tell him. You know him. You probably know him better than me. He doesn't ever want to talk to me, and he already hates me, and now I made it so much worse. What do I tell him?
I don't think I know Strieg as well as you hope I do, but I do know that Strieg is struggling with his own things, and maybe right now just there isn't room in him for what you're looking for. It doesn't mean that he hates you. It doesn't mean that there's something wrong with your feelings.
But I told him that we're supposed to be together. I know it. And he knows it. And it's supposed to happen, and now he hates me, and then I made it worse. I was supposed to fix it. Instead, I made it worse. And now everything's got to end. It's gonna be horrible, and I don't understand what to do.
May I ask, why are you so certain? What exactly did you see?
I don't see things like that. I have these moments where I just, like, something happens and I know that, like, I didn't know who Shriek was before I ran into him in Leshka, but then when I did, I knew that he was the one, and it was all he was important to my journey, and all I know is I need to go with him, and I need to get to all the way. And you can see, like, she is having trouble. I need to get Artaviste, and he's supposed to be there, and maybe you're all supposed to be there too, but I know he has to, and maybe Ray too, and I don't know.
Frey will squeeze her hands and once again try and get her to follow his slow, steady breathing, just trying to get her to, just in, out, just trying to get her to breathe steadily.
She finally begins just... It really is like a 5+ minute process every time she starts talking to get it back where you can get a word in edgewise. Like, she is thought vomit incarnate.
I can't say I understand what it is that you felt in that moment, what it is that makes you so certain of this, but I think whatever it is you feel, it's not something you can force into existence.
I knew it. As soon as I saw him, I knew that's something I had to do. I knew that we were destined to be together, and now this.
Just need to give him time. Give him space. If you'd like, I could do a reading for you. See what the cards have to say.
Okay, maybe they agree. Maybe your cards will tell me how to fix this. The streak doesn't hate me anymore. After last night, I saw it in his eyes. He hated me, and he hated everything, and he just didn't want me there, and he ran away, and it was horrible.
Well, he gives her a small, what he hopes is comforting smile. Well, let us see what they have to say then. What wisdom they might have to share. But I promise you this, Cassie, that whatever it is you've seen, whatever it is you feel, maybe it's something different than what you think it is. Not everything takes the shape of something that takes the shape that we hope it will, or takes the shape that we expect it will. But Reek has his own struggles right now. Maybe it just, whatever it is you see, maybe it needs more time. But as he's saying this, he is going to sit back and he's going to take out his deck of cards, start shuffling them. And yeah, and he will offer the deck to Cassie, have her split the deck,
Yeah.
cut the deck. And
she wipes her hands away from her eyes, and you can see where she is just she's trying desperately to be composed, and she's biting her bottom lip, and she's giving her, you can tell in her head she's giving her that I can do this, and she is not hiding our face that she's expecting you to tell her how to fix this with string and get back with him. It is very obvious that she's expecting you to have all the answers.
Well, let's see what happens.
All right. You doing the cross?
Yes, and Frey will do this as a legit reading. He's not going to try and manipulate the cards.
Okay. All right, which one do you gotta do first?
He is going to start with the left side.
It is the upright 9 of Pentacles, which generally means abundance and success and rewards and confidence, things like that. It is a general positivity by riches of some sort.
All right. Sorry, I'm going to need to write this down. I'm sorry, what was the general meaning again?
Positivity by abundance, essentially.
Okay. He just gives kind of a thoughtful hum, and next he will turn over the bottom card.
The reversed 9 of... What is with the 9s? Reversed 9 of Wands. Which is... struggle, paranoia, a lack of courage. It's this just, can't succeed, can't do anything well.
Okay.
Yeah. Fear of failure, essentially. The need for other people to do things for you. Which, oh boy, here we are.
I'm running out of room on my paper. 1 second.
Yep.
Okay, and next he will turn over the rightmost card.
That would be the reversed 3 of Cups. Isolation, loneliness, solitude. It's not always negative, but it is independence, isolation, not being around people.
Okay.
Being alone.
And Frey, every so often, he will glance up at Cassie, see how she is how she is responding like the individual cards as they come up. But then he will turn over the topmost card.
It is the reversed temperance, which is addiction, excess, imbalance, extremes, things like that.
Okay. And lastly, he will turn over the center card.
Oh boy. The center card, Frey sees. There's probably a momentary... Maybe Frey should have gamed the system, because it is a reversed sun, which is negativity, sadness, failure, foolhardiness, mistakes, that sort of thing.
Okay.
Why does Frey keep getting depressing readings?
I don't know.
Oh.
Okay. Alright, one moment.
You would notice while you were doing this that the bedroom door is cracked and you can see Molly watching with Cassie's back to her.
Okay. 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 So Frey, he sits there for a moment, letting these cards, this reading, this understanding sink in as he sees each card in its place. And he will reach out once more for Cassie's hands,
It is shaking.
and he squeezes them gently. The cards, well, they tell me much of what I already know, that you wrap yourself with this energy, this life and light, and you use it to try and protect your heart, but Cassie, the feelings you have for Strieg, it's turning into something that is hurting you. It's turning you towards thoughts of the paranoia, the worry of what might happen, what Strieg might feel. Always expecting the worst brings you those terrible dreams.
But they're supposed to happen. Everything's supposed to happen. If it doesn't happen, then, I don't know. Bad things will happen. What if doing that to Strieg brings about another black sun or something? What if I've ruined it? What if I've killed everyone? I don't know what to do.
Maybe you can search for a way to do this without having to look upon Strieg as a lover, as a romantic partner. Cassie, you can
That's what was supposed to happen. I know it. Everything I know in my head eventually happens. I just think about it and it's real, but except for the one time I lied about it, but I'm not lying now. Just...
Maybe it's real. Maybe you've just... Maybe you've misunderstood. I've certainly misunderstood some of the things that I've seen, some of the things that I've felt. But what I do know, Cassie, is that this is... It's an addiction. And it will only turn worse if you don't find a way to... If you don't find another way. I'm not saying that streak isn't meant to be a part of your future, but maybe start by being his friend.
But he hates me. Even when I try to be his friend, he just wants me to go away and he ignores me and doesn't really talk to me ever. He just doesn't seem to want anything to do with me ever, and I feel like I don't... Maybe we should just go. We can go and deal with this ourselves, and everything will be better. It'll be easier.
No, you don't need to go. You don't at all. I can't say what Streak is feeling right now, but...
Well, why don't you... And she, like, motions to the cards. Yeah, find out. Find out what he's feeling and how I fix this. I at least don't want him to hate me. He can't hate me. If he hates me, bad things will happen.
It's you can't... It's small steps. Small steps to fix something that is fractured.
But why? I wasn't supposed to. I wasn't supposed to do this. I was never supposed to do this. None of this. It wasn't supposed to be like this. And for the first time that you can remember, really, she looks angry as she looks down at Strieg's bedroll. Not yelling, but just this... Her face contorts into this mixture of just rage and unrest for just the briefest moment, and she obviously swallows it back down. And what if I was wrong about all of it? What if I'm just crazy? What if this entire thing... What if there's no prophecies, no me knowing what to do? What if I'm just crazy? And I just brought you all into this. And she just looks at you, just straight in the eyes. I just... Maybe there just wasn't enough time away. Maybe things get better a different way.
I think there is such a thing as prophecy. And I think there is something to the things that you feel, that you believe.
So what do we do? What do I do now? Tell me. I'll do anything. I just want to fix it. I made a mistake, and I don't want to do that again. And it is very obvious when she says that she made a mistake that at that point Molly shuts the door again quietly and heads back to the room, disappearing from view where she was poking her head out.
Oh my god.
I think right now the best thing you could do is, if you really believe that you hurt Streak somehow, you go and you simply go and you say, "I'm sorry." Just 2 words, but
And she just looks at you. Okay. When he comes back, I'll apologize. I'll tell him about my fuck-ups and how I can do better for him.
you only need to say that. You only need to say that you're sorry. You don't need to. I know your mind is always racing. And it's hard to slow it down, to step back when it's like that. But
What?
I think, Cassie, you just need to.
At this point, she has, like, shifted to the point where she's, like, no longer on the other side of the table. She's sitting on the same side as you and essentially laying in your lap crying. Like, just closer and closer to your lap, just crying her eyes out whenever she's not talking.
Frey will pet her hair, trying to soothe her. And he'll say, I know it's hard, but I think if you could just find a way to step back. Try and see the people around you for who they are rather than who they can become. Who they are right now, in this moment in time.
Okay, I need to go find him. I need to fix this before it's too late. And pretty much, like, she gathers herself and still crying, she just rushes out of the room.
Ray sits there for a moment, watching her leave.
As she does,
letting
you
out.
see she stumbles over the corner of the couch and just, like, trips and catches herself. And as she does, like, on all fours for a second, she then picks herself up and just shudders again before getting herself the energy to stand back up and hurrying out the door.
Ray sits there for a moment, uncertain if he should follow her or not. And he'll say aloud, because he knows Molly is probably listening right now. So he's saying this as much for her as for himself, and I don't know if that did any good.
After the door slams, you hear that of the bedroom door sliding open, and Molly comes out. I felt bad for her. She said she's never felt love before, and she says she's going to die soon.
Ray looks over at Molly, his eyes. That's one of her predictions?
Yes. Without... It doesn't matter. She said on the boat ride that her time is up in Artaviste. So yes, it is coming close.
Frey looks down at his hands, at the cards. That definitely gives a lot more context to her emotional state.
At this point, you can see as Molly just balls her hand into a tight fist, so tight you can start to see blood drawing on her palm. I hate what she is. I wish she wasn't that. Whatever it is. She deserves better. Better than dying before living. Better than... And she doesn't finish that sentence, but she just gulps for a moment. Give me a wisdom into it to see if you can read that.
Okay.
Oh my god. That definitely would have ended with she deserves better than Strieg.
Okay.
And she just, like, again, balls her right fist up so hard, and you can see her palm, especially on her thumb, turning red, and just a little bit of blood, and... I should go. This is not...
Before you do you really believe that the things she says are prophecy?
I don't know, but she believes it, and that is horrible. To live a tortured life where you don't believe anything is your own.
He gives a slow nod. I wish I had known before. Maybe I would have told her something different. But if he truly believes that, and he kind of trails off there. I'll follow soon after I clean up here.
Allow me to help, please.
He gives her a small smile.
And Molly, with the first gesture of, like, real kindness you've ever seen, she puts an arm around your shoulder and just squeezes it. Thank you for taking care of her.
I just wish I could do more. But we can't let her go off on her own.
If you believe that it's all destiny, then let her. She'll find her way.
I don't know if I don't know what I believe. I mean, I had no idea it was Cassie who had set you all on this journey in the first place. I only met you both briefly in Alasir before we all had to leave. I don't know, maybe there's something I can do.
She doesn't say anything, but just looks on in anger again at Strieg's bedroll, and then looks up at you. She doesn't say anything else, she just heads back to the bedroom, and you could hear things moving around.
All right. And yeah, Frey will gather up his cards, and you know what? Since he does know they'll probably be leaving here today, and Cassie obviously has her stuff in his mind, he'll start packing up her stuff. And Streak's bedroll, I guess.
As you get done, you can see Molly does make her way out, a little more cleaned up. Her hair back in the same way that it was when you initially left. The massive to just big bushels of hair on the back, and no smile, just that look of emotionless nothing behind the eyes again. A miracle that she put the effort into putting her hair up.
Frey will just give her a knowing look that sorrow, the grief at seeing another falling apart. Yeah, I think he'll leave it at that.
With that, we go back to the rest of the group. One second, let me there we go, much happier. So, you guys finish up some errands, some walking. Was there anything else specific you were doing besides getting around town? And I know Rowan was selling some gems. Anything else?
Nothing else comes to mind for me.
Yeah, I got nothing.
As the day turns towards the noon hour, the sun high in the sky, finally starting to warm up after a very chilly morning. You hear the sounds of... Those of you who grew up probably outside of Vacadia would understand the sounds of someone running up to you as you're cutting down a street to be at least a little nerve-wracking, but upon turning back, you can see that it does look like it is Cassie heading towards you.
I wave.
Yeah, not gonna say anything about it. Just like, hey, Cassie!
Smile and wave.
Her cheeks are puffy, her eyes are red and bloodshot. Her hair is a just uncombed mess.
Oh.
Is it obvious she's been crying, or like...
Way less smile.
Yeah, as she gets closer, you do see that, and I imagine Mira's smile like, oh! As you get more and more detail, and she doesn't pay attention to any of you, but her eyes are locked on Streak.
Cassie? Are you okay?
I'm sorry.
For what?
At this point, her knees buckle and she just falls to the ground in this side street, and she just begins just heaving and just keeps saying, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. And it just keeps going.
Shit. And I look around at the others very bewildered, like, what the fuck do I do here?
Mira, for her part, I think it's like, immediately like fall to her knees too and like try to comfort her.
And she just keeps repeating that. I don't know. I don't know. I'm so sorry, Streak. I don't know.
Did something happen? What's going on? What?
I think I just like lean over to Streak and whisper like, maybe you guys should talk about this alone. Like not because I want to be away from it, just like maybe she doesn't.
I don't know what we're talking about.
Maybe she doesn't want to say anything in front of us.
Okay.
Cassie, do you guys want a moment alone?
She heaves a couple of more times, just almost dry heaving, followed by just big gasping breaths, and finally after a couple of just big and she looks up at Shriek. I don't want to die.
Oh.
Who says you're gonna die?
I know. I'm gonna die. Artaviste. I don't... I'm gonna die. I don't want to die, not like this.
How are you gonna die?
She just shakes her head, closing her eyes, tears just flying, lit by the sun, just glinting off of it. I don't know.
Okay, so then don't go to Artaviste and you won't die?
But what if you die then? I have to go, or you might die, and everyone might die, and I don't know. If I have to choose, I'd rather die than let you.
Why do you have to choose?
I don't know. And she just gives up on words at that point. For the first time in a very long time, she just has no words.
Neither does Streak. He's looking around very helplessly at everyone, just like staring at his hands and then back to Cassie and like just like, what the fuck is going on? What do I do?
Yeah, I got nothing. Cassie, what did you see about Artaviste?
She just shakes her head. I don't know. Just my death. I'm going to die. And I don't have a choice. I have to, or else worse things will happen. And
I think if it's a choice between us dying or you dying, you should take care of yourself, and we'll take care of ourselves.
she just
Like,
shakes
I
her
know you were
head.
very-
No, I've made it this far. I have to go the rest of the way. And she, like, looks at you with this determined anger, Rowan. You know that better than anyone. I have to. I have to.
Well, if somebody wants to kill you, they're gonna have to go through us, so...
We're decent at not dying, so
Haven't done it yet.
eh.
She gets this look on her face. God, that fucking 1614 for therapy has changed how this scene goes so much. Oh, God. Oh, my God. She just looks down again, and then I had so much shit planned. It's all out the window now.
Love that.
I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize. This is good.
It's
This
the
is
win
exactly
you guys
what
have needed.
Absolutely.
I'm not... And she looks at Strieg again. And then looks at the rest of you and... It's destined love will kill me. Destined love will be my demise.
Destined love?
It has to be you. Strieg. You'll have to do it. You will.
Whoa! Wait.
Oh.
Wait. Hold
What?
on. What? Hold on. Wait.
Why would he do that?
I can't.
I don't know, but
I won't.
He will. You will.
No.
It always
No.
comes true.
No.
Everything comes true. I found you.
I won't.
And I found out how to get you, and you will.
No. I won't.
You won't have a choice. There will come a time. She just shakes her head again. Dreams of you killing me. You'll do it. It has to be you, please. I don't know when. When we get to the city, it has to be you.
Strieg takes a step back.
If you care about me at all, if you believe anything about who I am as a person, about all of this. And she hits herself pretty hard a couple of times in the head. Just slamming her fist into it. If any of my thoughts matter to you, there will come a time you'll have to. It has to be you.
Strieg is shaking his head almost in shock.
I don't
No.
think he wants to kill anyone anymore. Mira is very confused, but she kind of hopefully looks to Strieg for confirmation.
I never wanted to.
She stops sobbing for a moment and just looks at you and just, I know when the time comes, you'll do the right thing. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It shouldn't have happened like this. I don't know what's wrong with me. And she gets mad again, and she just slams her hand on the cobblestone pavement. I don't know what's wrong with me, and I hate it. And you can see now her knuckle bleeding. But I'm going to die, and it has to be you, Strieg.
No.
And she just shudders again, and then she smiles. I know you will when the time comes. Everything matters because of that. And I knew you cared about me. Maybe it's better this way. Maybe everything is better this way.
How is this better? You're not gonna die.
She just shakes her head, still sitting there collapsed on the pavement, knuckles of her right hand bleeding. You can see a red mark on her temple where she hit herself a couple of times. And she just looks at all of you and just... There's just acceptance, this slack-jawed acceptance on her face.
No, I'm not gonna kill you. Can't. And I think at this point, Street is going to, like, grab Rohan and kind of put Rohan in between himself and Cassie.
Me?
And almost kind of, and almost
You just
kind of
keep my
shove him
eyes
forward.
widen. Just like, okay.
I'm just gonna, like, force him in front of me so that Cassie is blocked, and I just say, keep me away from her, and I take off.
Jesus Christ.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Well,
Rowan, she smiles at you and just mutters a couple of times under her breath, I knew he loved me. I knew this love was destined.
Too much to unpack right now. Okay, I'm gonna help her up. Like sort of put my arm around her shoulders and like grab onto her arms and kind of like gently help her up. And I will say, well, obviously none of us are going to agree to kill you, but it sounds like you think that we'll do it anyway when the time comes. I think that's probably the closest we'll get to agreeing to disagree right now. Well, okay. Did you, when you see the future, do you see it or do you know it?
Yeah, I just know. I just get thoughts in my head and I know that they're true. That's all. I've told you this. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, I think right now it's become a little more important that we know exactly how it works, but
This is... And she has this big, just wide-eyed moment. This is punishment.
for what?
This is my punishment. For helping them.
For helping who?
Molly and Jack. When I lied. And said we had to. This is my repentance.
Why would you be punished for that? You saved them.
But I lied.
So?
I lied about it. Everything's different than it should be.
Do you think Molly would be better off right now if you hadn't lied?
She should be dead.
No, she shouldn't. And
I never
neither
should
you.
have met her.
I don't think you believe that.
It's not a very nice thing to say.
I don't mean to say that. I want her dead, only that if I didn't lie, she would be, and everything would be good.
If you didn't lie, she would be, and everything would be bad.
She just purses her lips and stands up. We need to get ready. We still need to go. changed. I still need to get to the Gleaming City.
Well,
Hello?
hello.
Hello. Sorry about that. Yeah, I had some interesting stuff go down
It's all
on my
good.
end that I will explain
It's
a
just
little bit later.
just more fucked up. Cassie. You best.
Yeah.
Yep. Of course.
Did you catch her saying that Streeg would have to kill her?
Yes, I caught that, or that she thinks he does, because someone that she loves, true
Yeah,
love or whatever, is going to be her death.
Yeah. Wait.
Actually,
wait. Good point.
theoretically, if someone else loves her, it didn't say that it had to be her true love.
Well, it's a destined love. So, Cassie,
Destined love, yeah.
did you said
Thank you,
destined
Lee.
love.
That's just what I was thinking.
Yeah. Cassie, you said destined love. Do you know that it's Streeg, or do you know that it's...
Of course, I've been seeing him in my dreams for so long. It has to be him. It has to be him.
But you have to... Okay, we need you to be specific here, okay? Because I think, like...
I
obviously,
dream of him killing me last night.
Okay, you dream of him killing you, but is that... Are your prophecies, is it those dreams, or is it like, is there...
Just thoughts I have that I know are true.
Okay,
Be.
what is the thought exactly that you have about you dying?
The love I'm destined to find will be my demise in the Gleaming City.
Whoever you're destined to find?
No. My destined love. My destined love. My streak.
Right, yeah, her destined love will be her demise. Yeah.
You're saying two different things. I don't understand.
I know when the time comes, he will kill me. And I just need to learn to accept it. He'll do the right thing because he loves me.
Well. I feel like Frey has some information we could use right now, but we don't have him here, but that's fine. Okay. Oh, yikes. Talking about this in front of Molly is gonna suck. Okay. Well, Cassie, I don't think that I mean, obviously you know where we stand. We're not gonna kill you, but you know, you're gonna believe what you're gonna believe. For right now, let's go where we're going, and we'll try to keep each other safe.
We'll all make it. We have to make it. Artaviste?
Okay. Well, now somebody needs to find Streeg, so...
So at this point, what is Frey doing?
I think once Frey finishes packing up Cassie's room, Cassie, Molly, and Streeg's room, he will take care of his own things, and I think head. Actually, where is Molly at this point?
You have not seen her since you started cleaning up. You have not seen her come out of the bedroom.
Okay. Frey will knock on the bedroom door.
You hear this just light tapping, like a occasionally.
Molly, can I come in?
It stops for a moment, but there is nothing, and then again.
Okay. Frey is going. I'm sorry, but and he's going to try and open the door.
The door swings open, and You see Molly sitting at a desk playing Five-Finger Filet, her hand a bloody mess.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my god. Okay. Frey's eyes widen at that, and he's going to run over and what are you doing? Stop that!
I need to be ready.
He's
We're
going
leaving
to
the
try.
city. Things will try and kill us. I must be ready.
Certainly, that there are other ways to get ready. You're hurting yourself.
She just gives a half smile. I'm fine. Really?
No, you're not fine. Please, just get up from the desk, please.
She stands up from the desk, some blood dripping off of her hand and onto the floor.
He grimaces. Well, we can find Garrett. He can patch you up, or you'd let him patch you up, right?
I'm fine. It is surface wounds.
Well, we need to get something on that at least. And Frey is gonna go and did he find any like bandages or stuff when he was looking through Cassie's and Streak's things, I guess?
Yeah, Cassie will probably have bandages.
Okay, yeah, he is going to grab some bandages and will you let me wrap up your hand at least?
She holds the hand up to you.
Okay, yeah, Frey is going to try and wrap up her hand.
Alright, her hand is shaking pretty badly. Give me a dex heal.
Okay. This is not what I'm good at.
It takes a little while, you wrap it, it's on there, you like pin it so that it's tight, but there's still like cuts that are obviously gonna bleed for a little while, and you can tell she's not happy with this, she's just kind of accepting it because you seem to want to. I'm ready to go.
Yes, I am too. We can go bring our things down, put them on the cart, and I'm sure the others they must be nearby somewhere.
And Molly follows you down with your things in tow.
Yeah, and Frey will stop at his own room to also grab his own things. Did Garrett pack up his things?
I don't think
Yeah,
anyone
Garrett
else
would have
packed
had
it,
his
did he?
thing packed up.
Oh, okay.
His stuff was basically packed to begin with because
Most of it was on the cart that was being pulled by Henrietta.
yeah.
Okay. Frey will also make sure to grab whatever Garrett might have left in the room as well. And yeah, he will bring all that back down to the cart with Molly in tow.
Molly, once you leave the room, is very much back to how she was, kind of quiet, reserved, but constantly keeping her eyes peeled and obedient to commands about survival and things like that. You know, help me with this, she's fine to do. She doesn't seem, you know, rebellious in any way.
All right. So I think once they've put their things on the cart, come on, let's go find the others. And yeah, Frey will go look for everybody else.
All right, Strig.
Yes.
Where'd Strig go?
He's running.
Like where?
He doesn't fucking know where. He's never been in this city.
Just down the various streets far away?
Yep.
You find yourself, after a little while, near the far western portions of... Or the far... Yeah, I did have that right. Yeah, the far western portions of Mileu Harbor, where it is near the... Near the Bellejour River, and you can hear the sounds of fishermen celebrating excitedly a catch. You can see some people just excitedly, a couple of kids playing in the water on the banks of the river. Everything feels so normal where you find yourself. Sounds of the harbor at the mouth of the river. A vague level of excitement. You can see a fishing vessel with big nets hanging off of it. They seem to be screaming in celebration about something, anchored maybe a couple 100 feet south of the mouth of the river.
Can I make out any more detail than that, or is that it?
Give me an int notice.
Nope.
Unfortunately not.
Alright, I'm just gonna find myself somewhere hidden and quiet and just kind of process everything and figure out what I'm gonna do.
Alright. You find a quiet place a little bit further inland where the only real sounds are the occasional sound of someone in heavy metal boots or horseback or someone patrolling, but otherwise it's quiet a little bit further inland. The occasional sounds of the Bellejour River, but quiet and solitary. All right, gang.
I think we'd probably go hunt down Streak at some point. I guess, like,
Yeah.
probably in different groups from... So that Cassie is not in the group looking for Streak, but...
Yeah. So why is he running? I missed that part.
Because Cassie thinks he's gonna kill her, and so...
So
He
he's just
said,
like, I gotta get away.
he said, keep her away from me, and then ran. So... You know. Just normal stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. I think I would probably go try to find him, assuming the others all go back to the inn to pick up Molly and Frey or whatever, or like head back in that direction.
I'll stay with the Cassie group, I guess. I'm not especially good at finding people.
Okay,
I'll go see if I can find Streak.
cool.
Is Strieg actively hiding or just trying to be away?
Somewhere, it's like kind of in the middle.
All right. In that case,
Like, I feel like he passively just hides.
yeah.
Yeah, it's just second nature.
Garrett, if you would give me I will say you can give me a int connect or a charisma notice.
I will take the charisma notice. It's a 5. I'm gonna re-roll that.
Yeah, that is not going to find Shriek. You ask Shrieg running through, you end up. It takes a little while, but eventually a couple of people point you in the right direction, and Strieg, after maybe a half hour or so, where you were just kind of tucked in between two buildings, just waiting, you do see Garrett looking around for you. I assume, how well, like, is Strieg genuinely, like, hiding here, or just trying to be out of the way?
Probably hiding. Like I said, I think that's kind of just his default mode, is if he's not on the move, he needs to be hiding.
Hiding, in the shadows between two buildings as the sun starts to wane to the west ever so slightly. Who else was with Garrett?
Me.
You do watch as Garrett and shortly behind him, Rowan, making their way in your direction, obviously looking for you, but they do pass by the alleyway. Give me a Strieg's kind of passively doing this, so I'm gonna say give me a wisdom sneak.
A wisdom sneak?
Yeah, because you said he's not really thinking about it. So he's just using, like, primal instincts to hide. So let's see how well he can. Interesting. So, on a second pass, Garrett, you do notice where Strieg is. I mean, feel free to describe what Strieg looks like lodged between two buildings in the shadows, honestly, because I have no idea what his emotional state would be.
I mean, he's just kind of... I don't know what there is to describe. He's just kind of sitting there.
Is he panicked? Is he, like, anxious? Or is he just, like, back to his usual Striegness?
I think there's kind of, like, a vacant look in his eyes. If you've watched him when he's killed people before, you would notice that it's kind of that cold emotional state, almost like disconnected from his body.
Hey, Strieg. I heard you kind of ran out of the room there. Seems like Cassie seems to think there's going to be a bit of a problem between the two of you when we get to Artaviste.
Well, I'm gonna kill her, I guess.
Well, do you want to kill her?
No,
So then why are you going to kill her?
I don't know.
All right. And all right. Well, we have some time to figure this out because it's going to take us how many days to get to Artaviste, Robert? At an optimal
pace. Oh boy, you're still looking at some days. I will measure that out for you. Give me one moment.
Yeah. Like, I'm not saying we're sprinting, but if we were traveling at, like, a decent pace,
Can I get you an estimate? Give me 1 minute. Alright, looks like it's gonna be about 250 miles. Looks like it's gonna be like just over like 4 days or more. And that's assuming you get ideal conditions.
yeah, so we still have at least 4 days before we get to Artaviste to figure out what the heck's going on here. So, you're not, according to her vision or whatever it is, I don't know her dreams, her visions, whatever she thinks she can see the future. You're not supposed to kill her until we're in Artaviste. And even then, there's not much of a timeline. It just happens there. So it could happen 20 years from now. theoretically. And that's, again, if you have no desire to shoot her or kill her in any way, then why would it happen, right?
I don't know how any of this shit works. There's
That's
been
actually a
weird stuff
decent point.
happening.
That's okay. You know what? Actually, that's a really good point. That's a really good point, Streak. I will give you that. There's been a lot of weird shit that's happened that we've run into. But how about this? She said that there's no issue until we get to Artaviste. So when it comes down to it, if we can't figure out what's going on prior to getting there, then we can maybe talk about splitting up a bit and see what's going on. But for now, why don't you come with us? We're finishing packing everything up. We'll head out on the road. We've got a couple days to think it through, figure it out.
So I'm
Also-
just supposed to sit there like I have a knife to her throat the whole time?
Well, I mean, I guess two things. One, I think she seems like she's happier if you are killing her than if you're not killing her. Because it
I'm
sounds
not
like,
happy with that.
I know, I get that. I know, but I'm just saying, like,
This is
you know,
Cassie.
she doesn't feel
She's
like
weird.
you're holding a knife to her throat. It sounds like she thinks that's what's supposed to happen. But anyway, also, I think, I don't know if this is helpful for you, but obviously you don't want to kill Cassie. So if you do end up killing Cassie, you have to assume it's like that was the correct decision in that situation, right? It's not like you're doing it because you want to. So you would have to do it because you needed to.
We have to for whatever reason.
Yeah. So
Additionally, I think she might be confusing things. She says it's her destined love, quote unquote, that will be her demise. That, first of all, just because she thinks you're her destined love doesn't mean it. We don't know what destiny technically holds for us. It could be someone else. And she didn't even say it was her destined love. She just said destined love will be her demise. So it could be someone else's love. Two, it'll be her demise. Demise doesn't necessarily mean death. It could also mean downfall. So maybe she could, it might not kill her. It's just how her reading of it is that. That's the thing with prophecies, is they're not so much malleable where you can change them, but
tricky.
they're unknowable in that they're vague, It's like if you look at any of Frey's readings, right? What do they say? They just give you vague responses, so it
Frey's
kind of fits
catching
a lot of
strays out here.
situations.
This is Garrett telling himself that his friend really isn't dead.
I will neither confirm nor deny that is what's going on.
I mean, also, like, on a practical level, Streak, correct me if I'm wrong, but you don't like Cassie romantically, correct? Right.
Yes.
So it seems to me unlikely that, I mean, either you're not her destined love and she's misinterpreting the prophecy, or you are her destined love and we already know that her prophecies are wrong because you're clearly not in love with her. So probably the one where you kill her is also wrong. So
Oh, this
I
is
feel-
hurting my head. Have I mentioned that I hate all this shit? I think I've mentioned that.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, honestly, I'm coming around to your point of view on this.
It was kind of a lot simpler when I didn't know all of this shit was real.
Yeah. But I mean, magic is real, but not everything that someone says is magic is necessarily real or correct, like people can be invisible, but that doesn't mean everywhere you don't see somebody, there's a person there.
Fuck. Fuck, fine, I'll come back, but you're keeping me away from her, okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Sure.
Though, and I think this at Rohan, seeing as how Strig, if he was to kill anyone, would use his crossbows, keeping her away or up close probably wouldn't make a difference.
Yeah, I mean, probably closer is better.
Actually, I don't think Strig gets a disability to close-range crossbow because of his feet.
Fair enough.
Or not feet, his focus.
Yeah, I guess I think back again, like, in general, if Strig wants to kill someone, he's gonna kill them. I don't think we're gonna stop him, but we'll try. Anyway. Well, let's go then. Let's go pack and tremble.
Alright, I will go with them back.
All right. Meanwhile, while you guys went and got Strieg, Mira, what are you doing at this point? Waiting with Roland?
And Cassie, I guess. I mean, unless she runs off somewhere too, that probably wouldn't be good.
She had, shortly after the split, she just kind of somberly and with heavy steps starts heading in the direction of the Mariner's Rest.
I guess maybe we should follow? I don't want anything to happen to her. She doesn't have anyone else to talk to, so I guess she's directing this towards Roland. He
gives her this look of just, I feel like I'm really out of my depth on all of this. None of this feels... Should I leave?
No, of course not.
I could find work here.
No. You can stay with us as long as you want.
I don't know what I want, though. I haven't been free in so long.
Well, then take some time to figure it out. You can do that while you're with us, or not. It's up to you. That's what, being human is. Sort of. I think. Having to make your own choices. Decide what you want to do.
You mean, you think?
She snaps her fingers. Free will! That's it.
He just narrows his eyes, giving the same confused and flabbergasted expression that Strieg probably gives anytime you say a word that's too complicated for him. And after a moment, he just... Alright, well, I'll follow you for now, I guess.
Of course. Like I said, I'm sure everybody would agree that as long as you want, you can come with us. I guess maybe while we kind of follow Cassie back to the hotel, we could chat about, what are his hobbies? Does he even have any hobbies? Can he read? Do you like books? Do you like games? Etc.
Apparently, give me a charisma convince. Let's see how much you can get Roland out of his shell.
I'm very friendly. I can speak human words.
Oh boy. apparently, Papa Hills was teaching him to read, which he hadn't learned beforehand. He doesn't really... He's never been on his own before, so he really doesn't, like, know how to form opinions or anything. He's always been told what to do by someone else, and a lot of it is very much like he doesn't know what his options are, essentially.
Is there, like, street food on the way back or something?
There is always food in Vacadia.
Good, we'll start small. Give him, like, a choice between chocolate and vanilla and see which one he likes better. We could use some levity, right?
Yes. Yes.
Absolutely.
So some little thing, get some, like, tiny thing now that I have money, and get 2 different ones, and give him both and see which one he likes.
All right, you find a street vendor, get him a small chocolate drizzled sweet roll, and then another one that seems to have a vanilla cream drizzle on it. And he looks scared. He just like, I don't, and he like, you can see he's like looking at his person for something to pay you with.
You don't have to pay me. I'm doing it because I want to.
Why are you so
That's
nice?
Because that's what I like. And she smiles.
You can see the expression dies, and he is having the gerbil that processes his understanding of humanity is having a lot of trouble on this one.
It makes me happy to see other people happy. And I know that's confusing, and there are a lot of things that are confusing, but you'll figure it out. I did.
Okay. He takes a bite of the chocolate, and he, like, winces in fear as he's biting down on it, and then, like, his eyes go wide. It's so... And he just starts devouring it. He's got chocolate all over his face and hand.
This boy has never chocolated before.
A moment later, the vanilla cream one, and he does the same and just devours it the same. His face a disgusting mess of chocolate and vanilla cream on his stubble, and he just... They're both so good. How are you supposed to pick?
Well, imagine if you could only have one.
Why? Why would I not be able to have both?
Maybe you don't have enough money for both.
Well, then you just take it.
See, he gets it.
She does like a disapproving, I'm a little disappointed in you look.
If someone has something and they want people to be happy, why not just take it and be happy? Why?
Well, it's not that simple. I wish it was, but...
Why not just let people be happy?
I mean, I wish it was that way, but it's not. So, you have to pay for things. 'Cause otherwise you'll get in trouble. And, I mean, I do understand that when people work hard, they want something in exchange. So, it makes sense, but she seems to have, like, maybe confused herself a little bit. I'm not very good with economics. that wasn't something that I studied very much.
Oh, okay. What's economics?
Maybe we can come back to that.
Is that... And he, like, holds up, like, and, like, licks the chocolate off of his thumb.
Anyway, she, like, offer him a handkerchief to wipe off his face. What about colors? Like, if you were going to get a new shirt, what color would you like it to be?
He thinks long and hard and... brown. Brown.
Why?
Because that's like Streak.
Okay, I guess that's a valid choice. She blinks, like, with big eyes, like, not really sure
just
how to
blinks
respond
back.
to that.
They blink sideways.
Oh. He just blinks back, like two owls staring at each other.
I feel like maybe I don't know if Alex didn't get this or Mira didn't get this, but I think he wants to be like Streak because Kristoff wanted him to be like Streak.
No, I get it. I got it.
Just making sure.
No, she's
You're
just
like, I guess
sad.
that's valid, and I'm like, I mean, I feel like that's not really about his taste. That's
Well, but it is a choice.
true. That's fair.
Why don't we? I mean, starting small is good. Why don't we just let's keep walking?
Oh, okay. Where do we go next, though? What do we do?
Well, we're getting ready to go to Artaviste,
Do you think
so
if Streak doesn't kill her, I should have to, or you?
no one should have to kill anyone.
He kind of looks a little disappointed. Did you say that?
Do you want to kill people?
That's what.
Her voice gets like stupidly high at the end of that question.
That's what Papa Hill said I was good at.
Well, it's not nice to kill people. You know, you wouldn't like it if someone killed you, right?
If I were,
Or dead a lot.
but I
of
was
this were
down there.
physics.
That's all I wanted for a long time.
I think I understand that. But what about right now? You have your whole life ahead of you. There's so many things to learn and good things like sweets. There's bad things too, but
I don't know.
the world is very beautiful and there are a lot of nice things in it. At least for me, my life is very precious to me.
What does Streak want from life?
You would have to ask him. That can be very personal to people.
But you told me.
I said it can be.
He's having trouble computing again. But he won't?
I don't know.
Why can't you tell me?
Because I don't know either.
Don't know. Those were good, but... Every morning, waking up on that boat, it was... Just kept thinking how easy it would be to just not. Everything's so tiring. I'm always tired and mad. I don't like it.
Mad? I mean, you definitely have reasons to be mad. But
I don't understand how Shriek does it. How he was so good for Papa Hills. How I was so bad.
Comparing yourself to other people is usually not very helpful. There's always going to be someone who's stronger or smarter than you, and it's easier to just accept yourself the way that you are. Because everybody is a worthwhile person.
And he, like, looks down at himself for a moment. I think I hate this.
Being here, or...
He just looks down at himself. I hate me.
Oh. I'm sorry. It's okay to feel that way. But I hope we can figure out some ways to help you feel better.
I just don't know how Shriek does it. Every day. He always seems so put together.
Well, I think he's probably less put together than you think he is. He's just
If you told
very
me
good
right
at
now,
hiding it.
If you told me I had to kill you, I would do it because I think I'd have to. I couldn't imagine not.
Well, you don't always have to do things that people tell you to do. Like I said, you can choose. Would you want to kill me?
Do you want to die?
No.
He just pauses for a moment. What happens to the people who do?
What is our what is it, Excision Afterlife? Does Mira know that? I don't imagine her as being super religious. But she probably has wondered what happens when people die, because, you know, she has a very old dad who has been missing for like 13 years.
Specifically, Espection, the big religion that makes all of the proverbial rules. You die and go to the Land of Golden, a land of plenty. Normally, it is shown as endless wheat fields, things like that, just going on forever with... It's just the Land of Golden, where everything is plenty and everyone is without want.
But does that change if you commit suicide versus
No,
dying?
the belief in Espection is that everyone goes there. That everyone
Okay.
will be able to find themselves there, their true self.
Okay, I was just curious because, you know, for example, in Catholicism or Christianity, you know, if you're good, you go to heaven. If you're bad, you go to hell. And if you commit suicide, even if you are good, you also go to hell.
Yeah.
So, just curious.
Mira will explain this to him, but
Mira explains
Like-
the concept of death.
she will explain it to him, but stress that probably almost everyone doesn't really know, and there are other religions that think that other things happen, and it's sort of a mystery to everyone, really. I mean,
Give me a charisma no. Let's see how well she can explain that based on her readings and knowledge.
Sunday school with Mira.
God damn. Y'all are rolling like kings tonight.
I mean, I'm kind of glad for right now.
But if
Yeah, last one we need is a suicidal party member.
Yeah. I
he just
mean,
kind of
the last thing we need is 2 suicidal party members. Cassie's already trying to convince another person to kill her.
yeah, but not because she wants to die, because she thinks she has to. It's very different.
Is it?
Yeah. She he kind of just looks down for a moment. Well, what if that's what I want to find out what's next? It has to be better than this, right?
Not necessarily. It could be nothing. Some people think it's nothing. I hope it's not nothing, but it could be.
Nothing could be worse than being in that basement. In Pop Hill's basement. Day in, day out. Just shakes his head again. And he has nothing
Well-
else to say immediately. He just kind of drags his feet a little bit, looking down at the ground as he walks.
Well,
You're very wise, Mira.
thank you. I've read a lot of books, but, really, I don't think I know very much at all about complicated things like feelings or relationships or that sort of thing.
He just looks confused. That's okay, you were helping save me. If nothing else, I mean, I know that Streak and you and Frey and he just shakes his head. The rest of you, I love you guys.
Do you really think so?
He ponders for a moment before nodding his head very vigorously.
What does that mean to you? I'm sorry, I'm not trying to quiz you or anything. It's something I think about a lot. So I like to ask people what it means to them.
He stares off to the south at the oceans, the sea, and just kind of thinks for a moment. But I would be happy to die and see you again.
That's very sweet.
I think that would be best. Golden Fields. With you, Miss Mira. That's what I want.
You're very kind. I hope that you know that. She looks like she's gonna cry a little bit, but she has never spilled tears so far yet, so...
He just kind of shakes his head. Papa Hill's said kindness is bad, that Streak have to live up to him. You have to be
No.
Streak, and to do that, you have to not care.
No, that's not true.
He cares.
did you know that I'm looking for my father?
Father, okay. What does he look like? Maybe I've seen him.
Well, that's not... I'll tell you in a moment, but I liked what you said about if you die, you want to see someone that you love again. I feel that way too, so... Thank you for telling me.
He pauses for a moment and just nods. I hope you find your dad.
Thank you. It's been a long time, but I'm still going to try.
He just kind of has this silent just ponderment as he meanders very slowly the rest of the way. After about another 30 or 40 feet, he does grab your hand and just quietly, almost imperceptibly, just... Thank you, Miss Mira.
Of course. To give his hand a little squeeze. Holding someone's hand is nice. That's a good thing in life.
Maybe I'll hold streaks one day. If Cassie wouldn't get mad.
Oh, that's... Well,
Gives a little half smile.
We'll
at that.
see. We'll see. We'll see.
And you guys make your way back. He meanders slowly down the streets, not saying much, but guiding you in the slowest path possible, taking every double back he can, just seemingly basking in the afternoon glow of this conversation.
Okay.
Alright, so... what's everybody else doing?
Well, we're walking back with Streak.
Yeah.
And Frey was with Molly, walking, trying to find the others.
So, you head out, beginning to look for the others. While you do, after you're out, I suppose it would be... Cassie would be back first, followed by Mira and Roland. And then eventually the rest of you would run into the combination of... I guess Frey and Molly, who were looking for the rest of you as you were heading back.
Frey would lift his hand. You all haven't seen Cassie, have you?
Oh, have we?
Have we seen Cassie?
Yes, Frey means since she left the room originally.
Oh.
So,
It has been a while since Frey's seen Cassie.
yeah. Yeah, so Cassie found us and told us some stuff. I'm just gonna look over at Streak, like, see what he wants to say.
He's looking at the ground.
Cassie thinks one of her prophecies involves her being killed by Strig in Artaviste. It's, prophecies and fortune telling better than anyone of us. It's you know how vague they can be. At this stage, I think we need more information before we make any decisions, and all the stories about prophecies are like, it doesn't matter what you're gonna do, because by trying to avoid it, you might just make it happen. So it's better to just kind of, you know what I mean?
It depends on the stories you listen to. But, yes. I mean, from what little I heard from Cassie on the matter, well, it seems like she herself isn't given enough information to really... And I could not say if... how much the things she feels are up to interpretation. But she told you all of that. And he kind of like, his gaze definitely lingers on Strieg a moment.
Can I make an intuit roll or something to get a vibe check on Molly? Do we see how, is she upset? Is she?
Yeah, give me a wisdom into it.
Okay, great. Because hypothetically, we don't know anything, but where is it?
She is... Molly is normally one who doesn't have a lot of emotions, and when she does, she is very much willing to show them. She is definitely trying to put off front right now. There is something she is obviously trying to keep up appearances for.
Molly, you've been spending a lot of time with Cassie lately. Has she told you anything that she didn't tell us?
Molly just shakes her head.
Okay.
I don't want her to die either.
Yeah, of course. None of us do.
And as she says that, she stares daggers at Strieg.
None of us do. I'm trying to make eye contact with Molly, just pointedly. Just
you can also see her still not washed up, a bandaged, bloody hand.
Great.
Oh, jeez. Molly, do you want me to at least take a look at that? I can see if we can stop or slow the bleeding. What happened?
I am fine. I was practicing.
Bray just gives kind of a small shake of his head as if to say, no, she's not fine.
Okay, well, if it gets worse or anything, let me know and I'll see what I can do to help. But if you're sure you've got it,
it looks worse than it is.
Okay. Yeah, you know what? Fingers will do that. There's a lot of little blood vessels through there, so they just bleed and bleed, without even being too bad. So yeah, no, it's...
I love Garrett.
Garrett just applies logic. He's like, yeah, no, that's fair. They do look really bad.
Well, it's just funny that Cassie's
They do though. Fingers bleed.
No, I mean, I don't disagree with anything you say, but it's just so funny that Cassie's like, Streak is gonna kill me, and you're like, well, I have some conflicted feelings about how accurate prophecies are. And then Molly shows up and it's like, yes, I have been stabbing my fingers, and you're like, yeah, I'm sure it looks worse than it is. There's lots of little capillaries, and
well, the other thing is, I would be trying to give Molly base, as
Yeah, no, for
we've
sure.
seen in previous encounters. She doesn't react well when she feels she's being forced to do anything.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I also am reading it as like Garrett is focusing on the stuff that he can like control, or that like, you know, is like within our power to
Yeah,
talk about or
exactly.
whatever, as opposed to being like, you know. But yeah, it just is like, I think it's very sweet more than anything that Garrett is like, okay, well, I can't do anything about whether Streak is gonna kill Cassie, but I can bandage a finger. So that's what I'm gonna focus on. It's sweet. I love that.
Molly, at this point, she finally breaks her anger from Streak and looks to everyone else. You're wasting daylight. We should go.
Yeah.
Ray gives a nod, and he looks at Garrett, and I already packed up all our things. Yours as well. I hope you don't mind.
Okay, yeah, thank you. There wasn't much to pack. Most of it was still on the cart, but yes, thank you for that.
Great. Let's catch up with the others and get out of here.
Mira, when you get back with Roland, you see Cassie in the... It's not an official staging area, but on the road directly in front of the Mariner's Rest, there is an area that is obviously used when people are loading up their wagons and carts and things like that. You can see where Cassie is there, currently petting Henrietta. Seems like she's feeding her a carrot? Something.
Okay. Well, we will go over there then.
And, with that, I do think we should take a quick break. This got really fucking depressing. Make sure everyone's doing okay.
It's time for pizza.
God. Yeah, I just want to make sure everyone's
All
doing
right.
okay after all this shit.
Yeah, I'm good.
God, I felt so bad that Alex was like, let's bring a little levity into it. Then, oh boy.
Real roller coaster, though.
All right, yeah, we'll give it a couple minutes and see what's happening.
All right, I'll be right back.
All right, well, we are down a Strieg. Well, we're down a leaf for the night, unfortunately, but the show must go on. And with that, I ask unto you all as the party converges onto the currently Cassie-led caravan of one moderately sized, uncovered wagon that has a single thick cloth tarp that can be put over everything, with Henrietta hooked up to it. The rest of you kind of eventually converging. What are you doing?
Get in the road.
Well, I'm gonna want to hit up the bank first.
Sure.
Before we leave. So yeah, so I would hit up the bank. So just to make sure I'm aware of how this would work, theoretically having access to large amounts of money in whatever country that you're from, is it like here where I can walk into, where I have to go to my specific bank, or do I just kind of go to any bank and say, hi, I'm with so-and-so, our primary bank is X.
They're gonna go, who the hell are you and how can you prove it?
Okay.
Yeah, like the first thing they're gonna want is paperwork proving that you are who you are before they give you a large sum of money.
Right. So if I have like a signet ring, would that work as proof, or would it need to be a document from the other bank?
like you're looking at like documentation. Like this isn't
Okay.
someone can steal a signet ring, especially like no offense to Garrett, he doesn't look like royalty.
True.
He
looks better, but
he
he doesn't look
looks
like
like a homeless dude who cleaned up to rob a bank.
Hmm. So theoretically, how would I go about getting any access to the money that I have access to?
Obviously,
Would I
you know,
have to
in
go to
Artaviste,
Artaviste?
there are people who would notice, who would know who you are already. This is a town that I doubt Garrett has ever really been to in any meaningful capacity before.
No, that's fully correct.
And like, it's one thing to say you are; it's another thing to say you are and then expect like, you know, a load of 500 gold pieces. But also, you guys are pretty good on money right now.
Well, some of us are.
I mean, we have collective funds. It's not like we've been withholding.
But yeah, in the meantime, you guys get your things packed up. You have 5 days of rations. You've got all of your camping gear. Are there any last bit things that you need to buy, or are you hitting the road?
No.
Hit the road.
Yep, Freya's good to go.
All right, Garrett, wayfinding.
Yes.
Give me a good wisdom notice. God damn. God damn. All right. Wait a minute. Let me got it, might as well use it.
Nice.
You begin your journeys out into the wilds. You're going to be traveling up the Bellejour River for the next few days. Generally speaking, it's a bit more than a day's travel from Mileu Harbor to Puentamine, which I apologize so much for that name. It is a beater of a name, but Garrett leading the charge as the day starts to grow long. There is a somber silence, a bit of awkwardness as Cassie seems to have nothing to say, Molly seems to have nothing to say. Roland is always within a few feet of Mira at this point. Seemingly constantly on edge, but less so than before in the city.
Oh, nice.
It seems being out here where things are more accepting, more simple for the most part, is something else. It is comforting. Now, if you guys go... you also have a mule. If you really want to fucking push, like, I'm talking push the shit out of yourselves, you could make it to Puentamine, like, in the middle of the night. It's like, you know, 1 o'clock right now, 1, 2 o'clock. You're probably looking at, like, 12 plus hours of fucking hard travel on the road.
Frey will sleep in the wagon.
I think we should just set up camp somewhere. I feel like even if we got there, then we're gonna be the weirdos who walk into town in the middle of the night. Like, I remember getting like interrogated at Fortuny Sol or something. So, feels like we should just camp somewhere.
All right. How late are you going? Just till like sundown?
I leave that up to Garrett.
Yeah, we'd probably go to close to sundown, or at least until, like if we find a spot that would be good to set up camp, but there's still like 3 hours left to sundown, I'm probably not gonna push it. But
Okay.
like if, we find a spot, we can't really find that, I would probably push it to fairly close to sundown.
Okay. For the most part, things are laid back. They're not nearly as on edge. The road is somewhat cobblestone, which is rare for a road, and rarer still is the fact that at one point there was a large wagon, a full caravan, maybe 4 or 5 total wagons that goes past you, gives you a wave. Garrett, recognizing you as a wayfinder, they would let you know that it seems a cold rain has increased the river. It is going to be an intense and cold day or two in Vicadia. But otherwise, no negative news aboard on the road right now. Things are good. The rest of the day is yours as you guys see fit. If the intent is to stay at Puenteman for at least one night, then you have no need to hurry today because you would easily... Like I said, it's a day and changes travel, so... You can essentially travel at your leisure if you're going to be staying in the town, in Puenteman.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah.
You follow the... You follow the... Rotated.
Yeah, I mean, about the only thing I would say, if anything, I might check in to see if any of the wayfinders there saw Dorian, but otherwise we would just continue heading north unless there's anything specific anyone.
No hide nor hair of the lovely and inimitable Dorian.
Son of a bitch.
But as day turns to evening, the sun begins to set and it gets very cold. There is a... You can see a fog rolling in off of the eastern hills onto the river. And you decide... You know you're gonna make it tomorrow unless something horrible happens. Might as well just set up. You are right there on the Bellejour River. It is comfortable and enjoyable for the most part. Like, there are moments where it doesn't feel like the world ended 20 years ago. There are moments where it doesn't feel like every shadow is a chance to die. There are moments on this road where things feel normal. Which, for you, Garrett, that's something you've probably experienced in the past, but there's still that nostalgic feeling. For the rest of you, for the most part, it is a case of probably strange unease. Being born in the wake of the Black Sun, as it...
Yeah.
Being raised in the wake of the Black Sun as it plagued Madara.
Yeah.
As you settle down for the evening, it is another quiet, simple, cold evening. As I said, the fog is rolling in, and there's still that sense of unease among Shrieg and Molly and Cassie, and, well, all of it emanates from there, but I'm sure there's more to it. Cassie isn't really speaking to anyone, not even Molly at this point.
Frey would actually like to, once there's, a chance after they've set up camp, he'd like to chat with Mira. He'd like try to pull her aside and say, I wonder if I could talk to you a moment.
Sorry, you said you were pulling Garrett aside? I thought you said
No, Mira.
Mira.
Oh, okay. Alec just paused.
Oh, I also thought that he said that you said Garrett, so I was confused. Okay.
Oh, no.
I'm
I
sorry.
heard Mira.
Oh man, my brain is a little scrambled right now. Okay. She would say, "Sure, of course."
Oh, thank you. Really, I want to. I suppose I should have asked this some days ago, really, but you see things. You saw things before, right?
She blinks. In what sense?
In the sense that nobody else could.
Oh, I can look at magic sometimes, yeah?
It's specifically magic that you see?
Let me look at the wording. I don't have it in front of me. What is
I pasted
apprehend?
it for you, Alex.
Okay, thank you.
I'm also gonna update that because you just never do it. It's really funny.
I forget. Okay. Well, I don't really 100% understand it. I think it's magic-ish sort of stuff. I mean, nobody really taught me about it, so she kind of like shrugs a little bit. I think, well, I could see and sort of enchantment sort of things before. I don't know if it was some kind of curse or anything that was the bad energy that was on some of you before. But I could try if you want me to.
But before that, have you always been able to do this?
Well, I don't really remember the first time I tried. I think so.
Gives a small smile at that. So since you were young.
Probably. I mean, there's not a lot I remember about that time, so she looks a little nervous.
Frey will look at her a moment, pulling his own cloak closer around him because it is very cold outside. What do you mean? I mean, your childhood, surely you. And he kind of trails off there.
Well, I think it was very difficult, so I think I blocked a lot of it out. Something like that, anyway. I don't have memories for most of it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to tread on unhappy thoughts.
Well, it's in the past, so it doesn't hurt me anymore.
I was wondering, I wasn't asking for myself, you see, but... And he lowers his voice a little, just like, clearly definitely wanting to keep this between the two of them. Do you still see anything like that? And what about on Garrett? Have you seen anything around him?
I will commit effort for the scene.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and look around at just the group as a whole, I guess.
The only thing of note you see from Garrett is the emanation off of his earring.
He seems fine.
It seems to waft into, like, against the breeze into the direction of Rowan.
I mean, the only thing I can see is those earrings.
There's a very palpable sigh of relief that escapes Frey at that. And, like, his shoulders just kind of relax, just the tension flowing out of him. Says, good, that's good. What?
Yeah. Kind of, like, shakes her head a bit. No, he seems okay. I think that lantern really wants to talk, though. I talk, communicate.
Wait, excuse me? The
Oh,
lantern?
Did we?
You threw it away,
We didn't. Oh, you
Right.
weren't there when we mentioned it. It reappeared in my things back on the boat. I'm sorry. I should have made sure that everybody knew.
Frey looks absolutely horrified. What? It came back. It just. You're sure you threw it into the ocean, right?
Yes, of course. And it's whispering.
What?
Before I move on to, like, address this scary thing, can I look around at everybody else and see, just, is it okay? Is everybody else doing alright, or is
You're still
there
getting
any...
those vaguely uncomfortable dark vibes from Strieg.
Yeah, well, he died, so... it's fine.
There is still, coming from Molly, there is a small magical aura. After a moment of looking, it seems like it is coming from a small mirror, a hand mirror that she is holding and looking at herself in.
Oh, I forgot she still had that. I love that thing. Okay.
I don't know if you know, but that mirror that Molly is holding is magical in some way.
Should Frey know about that mirror?
I think we got it before you joined. I think we got it in Rikiri Town, right? Or is that what it's called?
Yeah, and then you split with them the same time that Frey joined, so I guess not.
Yeah, it's I mean, I think, like, we would have told you probably at some point, but it's a mirror that if you look at it, you see your, like, ideal version of yourself. I think, like, probably when I was talking about the, like, periscope mirror thing, I would have mentioned that also.
That's sad.
Yeah.
All right.
Anything else?
Oh god. Rowan is a veritable cavalcade, from his body itself to the things in his bag. You can see the emanations of raw mana. You can see that he himself is an arcane caster. Same with Frey. You can see that they have arcane abilities that are currently active and ready to go.
Also, we can come back to this, but I think right about this time I would be casting Mind Reading, so you could probably see that too.
Oh, okay.
We can come back to this after they're done.
Okay.
I mean,
Not on them. I will be casting on Molly and maybe Cassie.
Oh, okay. All right. I was gonna say that might be relevant, but but anyway. So and nothing else like unexpected or changed.
I don't think so. There's a lot of inventory to go through here.
Is there any magical auras around Cassie?
Yes, I was
No,
gonna ask that too.
Not that you can see.
She's just crazy, just like me. She kind of just shakes her head a little bit. Other than the everything seems the same as it was before.
But it shouldn't be the same because the
Well-
lantern is supposed to be gone.
Well, I mean, yes. Besides, yes, that was what I meant by that.
Well, can we get rid of the river's right there?
Well, I guess we could try, but it might just come back again. Maybe I should talk to it.
Are you sure? I mean, whatever is in there, it can't be anything good.
I guess I can try to find out. I'll very carefully, open up my bag and look at it.
Alright, you open up your bag to look at it. It is still there where you left it when you were last organizing your bag when you left.
Does it get louder or more coherent or anything?
It's not words so much as it is a feeling. Like, it wants you to commune with it, hold it, think about it.
Okay. Does anything happen if I touch it?
You feel cold. Your your heart skips a beat and you just get this cold shiver that emanates out from it.
That doesn't sound good.
Do you want to hold it?
I guess.
Alright. As you hold it, everything else begins to fade away. The sounds of night, sounds of the campfire, the sounds of the river.
I'm thinking you'd better be nice, or else I'm not gonna be nice.
And everyone else leaves.
Ruh-roh!
You are the one. You see me. Rescued me. Yes.
What do you mean? I mean, I know what you mean by see you, but I didn't.
They were nothing. We can be.
Huh? I don't.
It's cracked. 2 more. I will grant 2 more.
2 more what?
When your heart is desires?
In exchange for what?
Freedom.
What are you? Who are you?
I am a prisoner lost to millennia. Time immemorial.
Are you gonna hurt anyone, or?
Give me a mental save, please.
Okay.
I can help you find him, your father.
I'm gonna put it down if I can.
Alright, you put it down.
Oh boy.
And you guys watch as, for but the briefest of moments, no more than maybe 3 or 4 seconds, Mira is holding this lamp and then she puts it down.
She's gonna, like, shake her head vigorously and then just sort of rub her eyes.
What? Did anything happen? Are you okay?
It said that I think maybe it would grant wishes or something like that, but we would have to let it out. It said I'm speaking lowly so that, like, maybe only Frey and I can hear. That seemed, you know, this seems like need to know information, maybe. It said that it could grant a heart, my heart's desires, or maybe just like a person's heart's desires, like 2 more times, but that it wanted to be free, and that it's been a prisoner for millennia or something like that. It told me
Legitimately a genie.
it told me it could help me find him. So I put it down because I thought that was too tempting of an offer. And I don't know anything about it, so she sort of like hugs herself and looks away.
Frey will put a hand on her shoulder. It's okay. We'll figure it out. We'll figure out what it is. But I
If it can do something like that, it must be very powerful, whatever it is.
Yes, it must be. Or it can.
Or it's lying.
Or it's lying. Simply offering what you want to hear.
Yes.
I don't know. After what we saw, what it could do.
Maybe his heart's desire was to make him suffer.
Could ask.
Who said
Right.
that? Who is that?
Just wanted to just slip that in there.
Frey will kind of look over towards Strieg at that whatever Strieg is up to, and he'll. I suppose if anybody would know, it would be Strieg, but
I meant what the second streak wanted.
I know. I just thought if anybody would know, it would be our Strieg.
Well, I would definitely say that Mr. Kristoff was suffering. And from what Rohan said, he did not stop suffering. Maybe. So,
Frey just shuddered.
I think we should be very careful with it, no matter what.
I think so too. Especially if we can't just toss it away. I think it's still worth another try, though.
To speak to it?
No, to toss it away, to drown it.
Well, a river is a little... It would be easier for someone to find it. It's not like the ocean. But I suppose
true.
we could try. I just wouldn't want anyone with bad intentions to get their hands on it.
What if we buried it?
Guess maybe we could try that.
Well, Frey just kind of trails off. I think I'll turn in.
I'll think about it.
Please do. I don't feel good with that thing here.
No. Nor I.
And yeah, Frey will turn to go, I guess, head off to bed.
So, with that... You guys head off. What are the what is the agreed upon watch order?
Did Rohan not want to do
Can I
some
read
mind
mine?
reading?
Oh,
No.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I did forget. Rowan, that seemed a
Amazing.
lot longer than I thought it was going to. All right,
Yeah, no
Rowan, you
worries.
are mind reading.
I am reading Molly's mind first. Possibly only, but yeah. Well, first of all, I guess what is she thinking right now? Surface thoughts.
As she stares at the mirror, she is thinking about her dear twin sister Mary,
Oh. Okay.
who she left aboard a ship. She doesn't
Okay.
believe she'll ever see again.
Wow. Okay. Sad. I would like to ask a question of her memories.
Okay.
So I guess she gets a mental save. I would like to know. I guess I don't know if I can ask if she's going to do something, but
Oh no, it has to query memories.
right. Has she planned to kill Strieg while we are sleeping tonight?
Oh my god.
Because that's her MO, and she's as pissed at Strieg right now as she's ever been at anybody, so.
Well,
Fucking. I'm casting it again, I guess. I get 2 spell slots for the day, so. Fucking let's try again.
same thing?
Yeah, same thing.
Alright. God, if she saves again. If she fucking
I know.
saves again.
Thank God.
You delve into her memories, her sense of self, her very distraught feelings and emotions. They are a veritable bull in a china shop of just mess. And this time, focusing for a few moments, you dig back in, and she doesn't want to kill Streak. She's envious of him.
Yeah.
She hates him. She hates what's happened to Cassie, but she does not intend to kill him.
Okay. Well,
2 more questions.
yes. Yeah.
Or 3 more
that's true.
questions. Oh, you're level 4 now.
Yeah, that's true. Damn, I really want to ask what happened with Molly so that I can know, but obviously I don't know enough to ask the question. All right, fine. Trying to think, can I get indirect knowledge about Cassie somehow from this? Because I feel like I don't need much else from Molly, but I mean, I don't know. Can anybody think of anything to ask? Otherwise, I'm going to drop it, but I can't really think of anything that's...
You have a chance to query like the most fucked up mind you've ever come across. You have 1 question.
Liz, all
I
that
don't know
matters
if
is if she's going to try to kill Streak.
Yeah, well, I guess... Is your feelings towards someone an exercise of judgment?
What?
Like, if I ask, like, how do you feel about Cassie or whatever, would that be an exercise of judgment?
No, an exercise of judgment would be, like, what are you planning to do tomorrow, essentially?
Okay.
What do you think about this?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I think gathering that she is envious of Strieg and that she's feeling really protective of Molly, of Cassie, I will ask, like, what are your feelings towards Cassie, or like what are you feeling towards Cassie right now? Just so I can gauge, I guess, like, what is the level of anger she has also.
It is heartbreak. Regret.
I mean, she gets another mental save, just so you know.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I forgot. Well, you get that one for free.
Yay.
My bad. Hey, it happens. Yeah, it is. You know what? We'll see afterwards. Well, that's the last one you get then.
Sure. That's
You got
fine.
it for free.
Yeah.
She rolled
Okay.
2 20s. She really wants you out of her fucking head.
I know. All right. Well, okay, fair enough. I feel like I know what I need to know. So, as long as we're all safe, I mean, I guess as long as Strieg is safe, I don't think she's gonna kill any of the rest of us. So, all right, I'm going to sleep.
All right. What is the watch order for the night?
I'll go first.
I'll go second.
Ray would like to sleep through the night, but he will participate in the watch if he is forced to.
Rohan, are you gonna do any dream diving?
I thought about it, but I'm not. But I will
It's
give
like
you.
mind reading, but more personal somehow.
I know. I'm not, after having the fucking weirdest experience with going into Molly's dreams, but I will give it to you if you want. Like, I'll give it to Garrett if he wants to use it.
No, I'm staying up first, so I figured the best time to do it would be towards the beginning rather than the end of the night.
I mean, I think it's probably fine either way. You
Also,
get some
Garrett
control
doesn't
over what you're
particularly
doing.
want to go in anyone's head. He's
Yeah,
already in
exactly.
yours enough.
Yeah. Cool.
All right, so you guys begin your watches through the night. I guess Frey's getting a full night's sleep. Would you like Roland, Cassie, or Molly to help with any of the watches?
Nah, let them sleep. They've had a tough day.
Yeah, so we'll just do it. Split the watch in half.
Yeah, maybe Shriek will join us or something, but like we'll do third watch or something. But yeah.
And so it is. I'm sorry. Who was third watch? It was Garrett. Then
Me, then Shriek, I guess.
I could.
Oh yeah.
hey,
you
Mira
like,
exists too.
Well, I mean, I assume she went to sleep first. I think so.
Mira doesn't sleep, remember?
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I guess. Okay,
Don't
yeah.
know that.
Well, you
Well, I
do
mean,
know.
I
You
do
do know
know
that
that-
you can't see your dreams.
Yeah. So
Yeah, but she's also like
just
blocked
not dream.
magic and
Yeah.
done stuff like that before.
Yeah.
that's true.
So you
Yeah.
don't know that that kind of thing affects her or not.
Yeah. I mean,
There's-
I think we probably know that you're like not like that you physically don't sleep, but that you're probably like a light sleeper or like you are often awake, you know, whatever. Because you did say that you were awake when to like see everybody that was awake or whatever. But I don't
Yes.
think we know that you literally don't sleep.
Okay, so it is during that third watch that you hear the sounds. It is faint, echoing over the river through the fairly thick fog. The sound of swords clashing against swords further north.
Well, is that Mira? I guess.
It would be Mira and I guess Shrieg, who... Shrieg is not exactly in a mind to be making judgment calls on this, so he would definitely be waking up Garrett at that point to figure out what to do, I think.
Sure.
And of course, if Mira's up, whatever she wants to do as well.
Yeah, we can wake up Garrett and see what he thinks would be a good idea. He knows the area, etc.
Upon waking up, do I still hear the sword fighting?
Yeah. Yeah, it is the sound of heavy swords clanging against heavy swords that occasionally just like, of like, sounds like chainmail getting hit against something, things like that.
Do words. Do I know if this area is like haunted or anything?
Haunted!
Give me an int no. I haven't heard anything about it.
Okay.
Like,
Um,
whatever this is, it doesn't, like, it
Probably
sounds
real.
like people fighting. Like, maybe a dozen or more.
dozen or more. All right, I will wake up Rohan and be like, "Hey, we need your invisible light to go at least scope this out because they can't, see us in the dark, but we can see."
Okay. Yeah. Let's go.
By the way, did you guys keep the campfire going all night? It is going to be getting nearly freezing tonight.
I would have probably kept the campfire going after my watch. I cannot guarantee if anyone else kept the campfire going.
I would
if you
try.
had, then, yeah,
Alright.
I think if you had, then we would keep it up. Cool. Yeah. I will have my ghost light on, and we can go see
Who's
what's
making
up.
their way up?
As the resident muscle person, I will go.
Yeah, me too.
I will go as well. We should probably wake up at least Molly, Cass, or Frey and leave them with one of the earrings.
Yeah.
Yes, leave Cassie with the earring, please. Really, you said Molly, Cass, or Frey, but really there's only one option there. I don't know why you said the other two.
Yeah, okay, we'll wake up Frey.
Frey grumbles and tries to go back to sleep.
There'll
a
be
fight.
sword
Swords.
fighting.
There's a fight. Wake up.
Ugh, I'm fine. I don't want to fight anybody.
Perfect. You're gonna stay back here with everyone else, and we're gonna give you the earring, so that if we need help, you can get everyone and come, or if you need help, we can come.
Oh, all right, all right. And Freya's like trying to like wake himself up.
I will hand Frey my earring.
I love the implication that we're waking Frey up because we're so excited to go fight someone. Frey's like, no, I don't want to fight anyone. We're like, oh, but come on, it'll be so great.
Yeah, I haven't fought anything since I died. All right, Garrett's got some anger to work off.
But Frey will put the earring in, and you just kind of get like sleepy brain fog from him.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, but he'll sit up at least, kind of like huddled in his bedroll.
As you guys get closer, you can hear the sounds of the fighting still continuing, bellowing, and then you see this shard of light pierce through the... not thick, but it is definitely an intense shard of light through the fog that is here. And then you hear this bellowing voice. Aqua platoon! Left flank! And there's a quiet moment and then the sound of swords on swords again, fighting.
Okay. I guess if we get closer, do we see, like, I don't know, who's fighting who? How many people?
Yeah, as you get closer, give me an int notice. Let's see if you can count them out in the thick-ish, slightly silver fog. Probably at least 25 or 30 people here fighting. Like, this is, and it's like full-on, like, armored knights against armored knights fighting right now.
Do I recognize any of like the sigils or standards or anything?
There's not like a standard or anything. Like, all you can make out is the, like, vague silhouette of knights that are fighting from, like, you know, how far away you are.
Is it bronze or is it iron?
It looks like you can't really tell. Like, you can't really tell.
How far away are they from us at this point?
Maybe a couple hundred feet. It seems like they're fighting on the bank of the river. Like, you occasionally hear the splashing of, like, heavy armor into water.
Okay.
And then just, again, with, like, the clinking of swords to armor.
Mm-hmm. And does it look like, does it look like real fighting, or is it like drills or sparring or something?
Give me an int stab.
Okay.
Oh boy, there's a fun one.
Yeah, that is an interesting combo.
You can't tell at first, but keeping your eyes peeled, you see that, like, there are no sounds of death. It, like, you can hear kicking and rah, and like all of this yelling and things like that, but you don't see anyone dying. Like, people are falling, but you can't see anything beyond that. And then you see another streak of a silvery blue come from the sky and just, like, envelop forward into, like, from the roadside, it envelops towards the river. And you hear, "All right, lads, let's fucking get them!" And then the charging and more of the sounds of just river and just smashing in the water.
Okay. I think I'll probably like whisper to Garrett, like, I think it might just be like training or sparring or something. Maybe we leave it.
I mean, I don't think one way or the other there's anything that a couple of us can do. I mean, how many of these guys are in like full armor?
Almost all of them. Like, probably, I'd say out of the 25 to 30 you see, there are maybe 3 or 4 that aren't in plate armor or some level of heavy chainmail.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything that we're gonna be able to do against that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're
One
right.
side
I mean,
or the other, and I don't want to get involved in the middle of this fighting. I don't recognize any of this. I don't know what's going on with it.
yeah. Were these guys farther down the road in the direction that we're going, or where we came from?
no, it's further north, like the direction you're going.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess like the question would be, should we like move camp or something? But I mean, like they're in the direction we would go anyway, so maybe we just keep someone up, make sure that they don't approach us, and we should be okay.
I can stay up.
Okay. Yeah, that works. You're cool with that.
Yeah, and you'll still be able to use your light even if you're asleep, right?
Yes, correct.
I can see.
Without the light?
Yes?
Okay. How?
She sort of shrugs vaguely.
Okay. Well, I'll have the light on anyway, because none of the rest of us can see without it, but, you know, it's fine. It's a light that only we can see. They won't be able to see it if they approach, so.
Yeah.
So, Mira, you stay up for the rest of your watch heading back to camp, or are you keeping an eye on him?
I'll keep an eye on him.
Alright. About 15 minutes go by of, like, the first 2 minutes or so are still more consistent fighting, and then there's a lull in the action, another couple minutes, and then finally, after about 15 minutes total, you hear this bellowing voice. Jolly good ambush, lads! Jolly good! Some of the best work I've seen! And then you begin to hear what sounds like celebration? Like, you're starting to hear people just excitedly, like, sounds like they're having a party.
Okay, sounds like it was just maneuvers. They were just practicing, like Rohan said.
Right? I mean, I hope so. Or whoever won is celebrating that they won.
All right.
About another half hour goes by, and the celebration seems to wind down, and then you can hear the sound of armor moving in your direction. Big, heavy knights. You also hear the sounds of horses.
I will hide.
We do have a fire going that will be not invisible.
Well, I will retreat towards the fire and everyone else then.
You retreat back to the fire and everyone else just off the west side of the road and wait a little while, and you see what seems to be a small group of beacon knights making their way south. You can see a couple of them have dented armor. Are you, like, hiding, or, like, are you just obviously up and watching, or what?
Sure.
Okay. What?
Yes.
I
said,
I will
are
be
you
awake and tending the fire.
Okay, yeah, because I asked, are you hiding
Sorry,
or up
sorry,
and watching, and you said
sorry,
yes. So as you were kind of tending the fire, you hear the sounds come closer, and coming out of the thickish mist of the very cold middle of the night weather, you see a beacon knight. He's a little on the shorter side, maybe 5'5", 5'6". You can see he's got some scuffs in his chest plate, holding his helmet at his side, and his hair braided in two very strong, heavy braids down the left and right side of his head. And he just approaches you and, like, he sees that, like, everyone else is sleeping and just... I apologize for any disruption. Kind of, like, looks around. How are you all faring this evening? Something the Beacon Knights can do to assist?
No,
Or, I'm sorry,
we're okay.
Beacon Knights. Something the Brights can do to assist.
We're all right. We were a little concerned about the sounds, but it was just you all, so
Ah, yes.
we'll be fine.
Ambushed by the Beacon Knights.
Yes.
Keep ourselves on track, ready to... Aqua Platoon, they are something else. It's not often that they get the drop on us quite like that, but... He just kind of gives a nod. It was a close one. Damn good fighters, those Beacon Knights. And he kind of
Right.
like still left hand on the hilt of his sword, kind of like scratches at his face and looks around. I do apologize for the inconvenience at this time, but kind of like
It's
just
okay.
looks just to see if you need anything, essentially. Heading
We should
north,
be
I
fine.
wager.
Hmm?
Heading north, I wager.
Yes.
Bundle up. Rain's coming. Heavier and heavier. Eligible River might overflow this season. By spring, it might be just a right mess.
Good to know.
Oh, he wouldn't have said by spring. He would have said, Sorry. I brain farted. My bad. He would have said, by Berlantum. They're a right mess. But you... He just kind of, like, looks like... You can tell he's, like, scanning your camp.
Uh-huh.
Like, he's definitely giving you, like, the once-over right now.
Uh-huh.
And,
She smiles pleasantly.
does Mira have, like, I guess, this is a new
No.
scene, so-
The answer is no. She does not have any weapons or armor or
Yeah.
anything.
He does, like, look curiously, like, he kind of scans, like, each of your, you know, he, like, looks at each of you, and he kind of lingers on your bag for a little while.
Oh. Okay.
And then after...
He's a bright. He's scanning for magic.
Yeah, okay.
And, he kind of makes a little bit more small talk as he just kind of, like, looks you guys up and down. I assume Mira's the only one up at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
I guess so.
And, once he gets done, he just kind of, well. You all have a great rest of your night. Hope what David is good to you. And, he slowly backs off, takes one more look at your bag, and then heads off.
Good night.
Says nothing else. It is after midnight, huh? And, other than that, the rest of the night goes by pretty quietly. You do hear the sounds of what seems like a pretty big camp being set up north of you that kind of echoes into the morning. The mist is not as thick as you have dealt with in the past. Well, Mira, you're probably a little used to, like, thick mists from late season rains, but For the rest of you, it's not as bad as some mists and fogs that you've dealt with in the past on your journey. But come morning, you all awaken to the sounds of a pretty large camp somewhere to the north. Like, you can hear, like, the sound of, like, things being built or hammered on, something. But, yeah. The day is yours to head off again.
Mira will help explain, of course, about what happened. But, I mean, since nothing particularly terrible happened, it's probably not a problem. Except maybe the the stupid lantern.
Well, that's fine, I guess.
She would probably refer to the lantern as that thing.
Yeah.
Alright. Otherwise, is there anything else you guys wish to do before breaking camp?
Nope.
I
Nope.
don't think so.
It is another quiet, slightly just meandering day. The emotions are still on high for Cassie, for Molly. They are very much like... Cassie is distant in a way she has never been before. But you trudge on nonetheless. You do go past, as you first break camp, maybe up right by where the battle occurred. It looks like a few beacon knights of the Aqua Platoon are setting up a temporary camp on the road, and they kind of give you a knowing nod and a wave, and just you can see they've got like anvils set up, and they are aligning and hammering their armor together, the chest plates, so that they're back and solid again. And they just kind of like, you know, give you a nod and just, safe travels to all of you.
You too, thank you.
I'll bear the road south.
They were fine. When we came up, they were fine. They were just...
He gives a nod at that, and just... You can see there is... They're not suspect of you, but they are, like, a little more on edge than you'd probably expect. Just the way that they are kind of set up. They've essentially, like, created a small checkpoint in the middle of the road with their camp.
Ruh-roh.
And they don't, like, stop you guys by any means. They just kind of give you casual small talk as you're heading by.
Are these the Brights or the Beacon Knights?
The Beacon Knights. The Brights headed south last night.
The Brights headed south, okay. Do you have any news from Artaviste?
Hey, my
Especially
good
regarding...
man. From Artaviste. Don't make it up there very often.
Okay, just wondering if you'd happen to hear anything about the, it was an explosion that happened, right? Yeah, it was an explosion.
I came from our keep to the west. Which, you know, for context, that would be over here. In that direction, up the river.
Okay. Alright, no,
Keep our
just...
blades sharper these days, especially with those Brights. Always wanting to steal all of the good fights. Ain't that right, Aqua Platoon? And a few of them just, they seem like they're kind of like a little distraught about losing.
So that was a friendly skirmish last night?
Aye, keep the blades sharper, the minds sharper. That's how we do it around here. Sometimes that means needing to ambush the Brights, get them ready, make sure that they're always ready for anything. We get to trade our blades, they get to trade theirs.
Well, it sounded like you guys gave as good as you got, so from what we could hear.
Nonsense, they about drowned a couple of us. Oh, Davy over there, about didn't make it. He gives a little half smile. Kid, they would never let him die, but he did fall in like a dunce. Blinded about half of us. Never ready for it. Got to keep your eyes peeled. But not too peeled.
Mm.
Brights charging.
Otherwise-
It's like having the sun at their backs all the time.
Must make night fighting difficult with the lights.
Oh, you're not much better in the day either. It's a bright damned light.
Well, wish you luck with your patrol. Thank you for the information, and good travels.
He gives a nod and then just kind of like starts to motion you by, and then hi, any of you seen any sort of ill types around? Came from the south, from Mileu Harbor, correct?
Yeah.
Anyone traveling southwards came across as suspect, dangerous, anything of the like?
I think you and the Brights were the only people we've come across.
Yeah.
He goes back to what seems to be either a second in command of the camp or someone else that he's working with, and motions something, and then we'll get them anyway. You do hear him echo resoundingly.
Who are you looking for?
I were a request by the Brights that we keep our eyes peeled. Some people making their way out of Artaviste stole something. Not sure what, but a pretty large caravan. Stole something valuable in a... He just kind of like narrows his eyes and shakes his head.
Didn't we pass a caravan on the road?
You did, in
Am I-
fact.
Did we? Oh, I don't remember this.
Yeah,
Okay.
we
Yeah, I
did.
didn't remember that. Frey, you remember passing a caravan?
Yes, though I don't think anything in particular really stood out to me about them.
Well, did anyone seem off? I was hoping we would be able to build up that perimeter while the Brights made their way south, just to make sure Mileu Harbor's secured.
Did anyone seem off?
I mean, I doubt, like, were you guys really paying attention to a caravan heading across on the other side of the road from you?
Nope.
No, without having been warned ahead of time, no.
I mean,
Wait, just to be clear.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. You
I
first.
was just gonna say, did they? I think I didn't hear this. Did they say somebody stole something in Artaviste and is running south, or
That is
the
what
other
they
way
said.
around?
Yes.
Okay, good. I was like, are they talking about us? But no, okay, they mean the
No,
other.
it's from Artaviste. Honestly, it's probably related to the explosion, and
Yeah.
that's probably what that was there for, so they could steal something.
Mm. Is that something you would want to look into? I know you have a personal interest.
I would rather get to my wife first before we go looking for anything that may or may not be stolen. I mean, it could just be something else that was stolen, unrelated to it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Oh.
Okay.
And he just kind of gives you guys a once over again, and I imagine the Brights would not have let you pass so easily if you weren't holding up and up. So I would say the same, and stay clear of robins.
Robins?
Aye, stay clear of robins.
What do you mean?
Like the birds?
I know. Poor robins. People attacking on the road, doing something against the duchy.
Oh.
Mm.
Okay, so would that connotation mean anything to me?
Give me an no.
That's a 4. That means nothing.
That is a fail, and this is a new scene. You can't re-roll.
I can re-roll.
I'm from here. Ish.
Yeah, I would also take an int no from Mira, yeah.
I'll have Mira roll first.
I'm a criminal. Do I know it because it's a criminal?
Mirio. No. Garrett.
Oh.
There it is. I would also take an int no from, surprisingly, I think I'm gonna give me an int no from, Frey, I think, has a chance of knowing this.
Really? Okay.
Nope. Garrett, the phrase poor Robins, it doesn't connotate to you anything about a dangerous group of upstarts or anything. But instead, a line from an old poem. Woe be it they who wish a life beyond the cage. They are but poor robins. Their lives a painful age. The specifics of it, that is the line, but it is a poem about... I will go ahead. Let me go ahead and type that out for you, just in case.
Yeah.
That's the line, and it's old. God, I can't believe Garrett rolled a fucking 12. I love high roll ints. I get to lore dump. It is very much an old poem about a time when there was more strife in Vacania. Not to say it was bad by any means, but this frustration in the would have been 150 late 1400s, so 200 years ago, where there was just this era of just incredible discontent between the aristocracy and the common people, and it became a very big way to fight back. All of this poetry that talked about how the downtrodden, and it would be almost a joke to the aristocracy that they were hiring these poets who would make fun of them to their face and they wouldn't even realize it. And it became a big part of this kind of complete just shift in society. It took a while, but as the 1500s grew late, all of these changes were strong and effective, and all of a sudden there was more equality, more treatment among the common folk, and with the economic booms of the 1500s and the continued export of Vacadian culture, it became a matter of their entire society being uplifted without the aristocracy following along to kind of bridge the gap between the peasantry and the aristocracy so that they were much closer in influence and power. And that poem is one of... I'm going to go on for a long time, so please tell me when to stop. But that poem is just essentially one of many that kind of got the idea in people's heads that the aristocracy of the time was no different than anyone else. They weren't better because they had more money. They were stupid and clueless and drunk just like everyone else, and they couldn't see they were being made fun of to their own faces. And this, there's a lot more that goes into it, but that is a basic gist of... It seems to be a almost comedic uprising name is the context for it. But yeah, that is the only context that you know. You've not
Oh my
heard
gosh,
anything
my
about
mic
them,
my mic's been muted this whole time.
it was a lot.
So basically they're just kind of like revolting to remind people that the aristocracy aren't any better than anyone else, but they're not actually trying to like depose the aristocracy or like take over or anything, right?
Yeah, it was kind of mocking them. Like, it was part of just a big movement in the late 1400s mocking the aristocracy that eventually let the peasantry, like, realize that there's no difference, and eventually it led to more equality.
But in this current instance, is it a similar...
No, it seems like they're referring to a group of people or something.
Mm-hmm.
In this instance, someone who is probably named after that line in the poem.
Okay. So knowing that, I guess we'll move on.
But yeah, that is the only context, unfortunately. I thought there'd be more, but it is what it is. That said, you guys move on beyond the checkpoint that has been set up. Beyond, and further north. The day goes by, and as the heat of the day breaks away the scant few clouds, and it is by no means hot, but it gets into probably the 60s. You eventually can hear the sounds of activity, boats heading downriver, more active, and finally, houses, farms, a couple of vineyards. They're rare this far south, but there are those who are stubborn and willing to spend the money to prove someone else wrong. And beyond that, you see a great stone bridge crossing the Bellejour River into the large gateway to Vacadia, the massive, spread-out town of Puntamen. And it is here as this fractured and uncomfortable group that has a lot of hard truths to face in the coming days cross this massive bridge over a very heavily raging river. Approaching before sundown, the large town that will hopefully give you comfort and camaraderie for at least one night. The idea of being able to sleep in a bed, comfort, a thick cushion, not a blanket on a cart, not a bedroll on a grassy knoll, but another comfortable night. But as the excitement of the day, the excitement of civilization catches you, it is here in the evening that we will go ahead and end tonight's session. Oh boy. So, yeah, that was a lot. That was a lot.
Yeah.
It was.
Well, welcome to Puntamen.
Yay. After we had, Cassie was full on feeling depression kitty, and then we had freaking Roland with what is choice? What is death? What is the economy?
All equally important questions.
I think Alex did a great job with handling that.
Absolutely.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that was really good.
Oh, there really is a mom and dad vibe coming to the party.
But thank you for running the session. I'm gonna go to
Yes.
bed.
It was a lot.
night.
I'm gonna feel weird tomorrow, I'm sure. I didn't get a lot of sleep, and as I said at the beginning, this session brought to you by Strong Sudafed.
Yeah, now you're wired and you're not going to be able to get to sleep.
No, I tried to I took it at like 7, so
Oh,
I should be
okay.
good to go. I should be crashing in like an hour or two if I got my timeline right.
Okay.
Well, this was fun.
Good night.
Until next
Good
time,
night.
friends.
Yes. I'm going to hop off as well. I am exhausted.